Good evening. Welcome to Fantastic Dimensions. This is part 2 of Alone. So, as we left off, Dr. Brent was heading to the residential wing to try to find the young girl who ran off after she slashed his with a knife. And Graydon and Murphy, you were leaving the communications section towards the back of the ship to make your way over there to meet with him, while Alexei, you were on the bridge trying to restore the main controls, get everything up and running there. So let's pick up with, well, we'll start off actually with you, Nick, because you'll be getting to room 37 first. So you make your way out of the mess hall, down the corridor, kind of heading back up towards the towards the front of the ship again, and then you turn down the corridor to residential. As you're making your way down, you're checking the room numbers along the way, and you do come to room number 37. Door is closed. There is blood on the door. You can see like a bloody kind of handprint and a smear down the front of the door as if somebody like fell over or something and was bleeding there at one point in time. But it's dry. So what would you like to do?
Reach out gingerly for like either like the door panel or console to open it. Like hesitate just for a moment before he like places his first gloved fingertip to it.
Sorry, putting the gloved fingertip to the door?
Yeah, to try and open it.
Yeah. Yeah, there's a panel on it anyway, so if you just hit the key on the panel, the door does not seem to be locked and it opens up. And you're looking at another small kind of family apartment. And you can see there is a body in a bed off to your left. And on your right, there's what looks like a man sitting at a desk, but he's slumped down over the desk as well, and not moving at all. You give me try to remember the right skill names for this game. Is there a perception skill or a? Yep. Yeah, give me a perception check. Sorry. I've got system hangover.
9.
A 9. Okay. Yeah, so at the moment, that's all you see. You just see it looks like it's actually a woman's body in the bed over to your left, and the man leaning over the desk over to the right. Surprisingly, though, this room is not, unlike most of the rooms you've been in so far, is not covered in blood and gore, and there's no writing on the walls either.
Brent will walk closer to the figure in the bed, and there's like a static, like induced flashback of his own son, cybernized beneath him in the bed. As he approaches, he'll just like peer over the face, looking, and like his lips mumble, just like almost at a whisper.
Again, you hear that echo in your mind from Madame. He's gone, sir. He's dead.
He'll look over to the desk, and his like cracked helm light illuminates it. He'll walk over to peer at what the sitting corpse was at.
You see, as you kind of walk over to him, you see something sitting on the desk near his right hand. It seems to be essentially the setting's equivalent to a hypo, like a hypo spray, I guess it would be more so than a needle. And you can see there's something stuck into it, some kind of medication or something that he was administering, you assume.
I'll hold it up to the light for an inspection and run my scanner over it with a nature or medicine check to try and determine what the contents might be, or the residue might be, what the contents might have been.
It is a very high-powered anesthetic that, given in extreme doses, could be lethal. Painless, but lethal. And you see the man there, he's middle-aged, probably in his 40s at least anyway, and he's wearing the garb of a doctor. Obviously, still a member of the crew. It's got the ship's logo on it for the RSV Discovery. But yeah, indeed, looking at that, it looks like he's self-administered a high dosage of this anesthetic.
Can I do an investigation, Ian, to try and see if he has any like work or logs, diaries, or journals about his apartment?
Absolutely. Go ahead and give me
the
that investigation check.
Nat 20 plus a fucking shitload. 7, so 27.
Yeah. So I mean, you can look at his information that he has on the desk itself. You know right away he's the kind of the ship's medical doctor, surgeon, as it were. His name, I should focus that, is Dr. Malone, Henry Malone. And you see on there, if you look into his file there, he's deployed on this research vessel Discovery with his wife, Maria, and their daughter, Tiffany. Then looking a bit deeper, you do see he does have a log. It's mostly mundane stuff, but if you look at the final entry, you'll see there he's basically put an entry to say, I don't know what's happening here. Everyone seems to be losing their minds. The Marines, the crew, even myself and my wife, we haven't quite been ourselves for the last several hours. Marines outside the door right now trying to get in. There's fighting in the hallway. I don't know where Tiffany is. I lost her in the madness when we fled the mess hall. Everything's gone crazy. I think the ship has crashed or something. It's powered up the engines. We felt it moving. There was a loud noise. The entire deck, the entire ship shook. Everyone was thrown around. The Marines went crazy and started to attack the scientists. We ran as quick as we could to get here. I hope Tiffany's okay, but I fear we're all lost. If anyone finds this, please make it right. Find out what caused this. I think maybe the Sept was behind it. If it's some kind of military experiment, some kind of mind control, perhaps they were drugging us. I don't know, but unfortunately, I can't get out of this room to find out. I'm not going to let Maria go the way those people in the mess hall went. This will be my final log. Dr. Henry Malone, Research Vessel Discovery. And it ends there.
As soon as it ends, he'll whisper, Tiffany.
Okay, roll another perception check.
20 all up.
You think you hear kind of like whimpering and accelerated, breathing. Somebody trying not to be noticed, but it's coming from under the bed that the woman is lying in.
Then he'll say the name again a little louder. Tiffany. Tiffany. You need not fear me. I'm a doctor too, like your father.
And she starts to cry, no longer able to keep herself silent. She starts to cry pretty audibly. She realizes that she's there, and this would be about the time that the other two arrive at number 37 in the residential wing. So Captain Graydon and Murphy, you've arrived outside the door. You also see the bloody handprint smeared down the front of the door. The display on the panel beside it shows that the door is unlocked. It's open, essentially. It's not literally open, but you know what I mean.
Does the good doctor hear the noise of their entrance or approach to this wing while he's talking?
You wouldn't hear them outside the door yet unless they're making a whole lot of noise. Are you guys making a lot of noise as you approach, Dan and Corinne? They've gone radio silent.
I'd say they'd be moving as quietly as possible, given that there's only two of them. Grade switched on, so I'll assume not, and he'll just continue just trying to coax her. But if he does hear like noises from without, he might go a bit agitated and nervous, as I assume the girl would too.
Yeah, so the girl, anyway, you're going to try to approach her?
If I'm able.
Yeah, you can move over towards the bed and I don't know what you want to do. Do you want to like crouch down, crawl down, or just want to kind of stand over the bed?
He'll stand like more than like a foot away from her and kind of crouch down low with his palms outstretched towards her. He'll like look through his own like belt or like utilities for rations and offer over some food to her.
She looks over briefly at you and then just kind of turns her head again and continues crying there. But she doesn't try to run away or slash out at you with a kitchen knife or anything this time, at least.
How did you not fall to the madness, child? He like says, looking away from her, not really meaning to ask her, but inadvertently does.
Do we hear noises from inside the room? The calls of Tiffany and the crying?
Well, no, because the rooms are kind of like
sealed.
Yeah, for the most part. I mean, unless they're making a lot of noise, but no, you don't currently hear anything.
Okay. Hello, I thought he was meant to meet us outside residential. Where is that, Doctor? This was the room we were meant to go to, right?
Yes, and are you surprised? I mean, he hasn't exactly, been the most forthcoming.
I wish someone would just give me a troop of soldiers or something that would actually follow my commands. And he like puts his hand up or something, or presses the pad to open the doors.
Press the button and the door will open up. You'll hear that door open up too. And the girl underneath will she'll kind of twitch a bit, but she doesn't move much beyond that as the door opens down.
I'll like try and calm her and say, "This could be my friend," and I'll like put my hand to my like cracked helm and try and patch through to the captain.
Yeah. Well, he's now standing in the door, just kind of over to your left.
Oh, sorry. Okay.
That's okay.
I'll stand up and like try and gain some modicum of respect. Gather myself together. And, Captain, I've found this member of the crew. Her name is Tiffany. He says, but he's like standing between the captain and her.
I think my gun would instinctively be up as the door slid open, and then, like, seeing the scene, it probably would slowly lower. You've found your live one, then. Is she...
He nods.
Far gone?
She has survived whatever malaise lays upon this place. She is the only one left. I believe that she is stronger than any of us, and perhaps within her lies the secret or the key.
I think to resisting whatever madness this is, be it biological or psychological or alien or Astra? You think she's immune?
Yes. Could be, he says. Maybe. Eyes darting a little. We need to run some tests and examine her. From her, synthesize some immunity for us to whatever.
And as you say that, there's a ping on the communications board. It's on the wall near the. Actually, no, I'll say it's on the desk where the man's body's slumped over.
Can I look over? Does it say from High Command or the HQ?
Yeah, if you walk over and take a look at it, yeah, it's coming in from Darkestra HQ.
Do I presume that I can take this in a different room, in a different communications array, or can I plug myself in like an audio jack or something from the helmet to take this?
You can transfer it to your helmet, yeah. It's a simple enough procedure, you can do that.
Right.
You can pass through on a private channel.
Yeah. I'm not talking to the High Command on a public channel.
I figured I'd just check out.
Yeah.
Like you stay in the room here, or sorry?
I was
ahead.
going to say, I think that with Rent talking about running tests on a small girl, she would have come into the room and kind of looked around to see if she could see where the girl was herself, because
yeah, well,
I don't think Sloan would like the idea of of that.
Sure. Yeah, you don't have to roll for it. It's okay. You'll know she's under the bed, and she's sobbing pretty loudly at this point. And
yeah, Sloan would put herself between the girl and the doctor, I think.
Okay.
And kind of bend under the bed.
Dawn kind of looks between them and go, I have to take this. And kind of his look lingers on Sloan, and then he's going to move out into the corridor to take it somewhere else.
Uh-huh. Sure.
Privately.
You're still wearing your helmet?
Yep. I'm going to patch it through.
Right,
Yes, I do.
Okay. And you're apparently wearing yours even though it's really not functional, Doctor, correct? It's still got the headlamp. I guess that's functional at least. So.
Yeah, that's right.
Okay, cool. So yeah, you step out into the hall, and I'll just kind of zip between you guys here and there. So first for you, Dorn. This is Darkestra headquarters. Is this Captain Dorn Graydon?
It is.
Is this line private and secure?
It is not a public channel on this end. Can you acknowledge whether it's secure transmission to your end?
This is Darkestra HQ. It's secure. I'm going to patch you through to Commander Hasri now.
Okay.
And a few seconds later, you hear, Graydon? This is Commander Hasri. I understand you requested an audience with a member of High Command.
I did. The ship logs are already being transferred to your location, and we're working on the scientific data for the Discovery vessel, but something has gone catastrophically wrong. They are all dead, bar one.
You found a survivor?
Yes, we've made initial contact, but it is a girl, young girl. She seems too scared to speak as of yet.
One of the children?
Yes.
That's unfortunate. Not likely that she'll be able to give us much to work with.
Negatory. They don't seem to have come under attack. There seems to be some sort of bout of madness. The Dr. Kaizo you've sent me with has confirmed several occasions that it is not a biological agent, at least one that he knows within his data banks. It could be alien, or it could be Our Astra wielders have been exhibiting some signs of shock, though I've yet to ascertain entirely if that's down to the amount of carnage and slaughter upon this ship. They may never have seen anything quite like it. Bodies piled in, sometimes just slaughtered, massacred wholesale. They seem to have done this to themselves, or under the guidance of something greater. There are messages written in blood, scripts and rotes upon many of the surfaces. They seem delusional. One of them talks about them failing her. Now, there has been some observances of a girl, or voices from a girl. I'm not sure if it's the little survivor girl or if there's something else.
And are you exhibiting any signs of this madness, Captain?
I'm currently completely nominal, with no symptoms.
And your team?
The team is, as I said, under a lot of stress. They may be showing early signs of whatever it is on this ship, or it may just be the sheer carnage. They are still functional.
Good. Make sure they stay that way. This mission is of the utmost importance.
The Discovery, is it a new ship? Is it built using the Angel protocol?
He goes quiet. He gets quiet for a moment. He says, I don't know what you're talking about, but if you're referring to any classified programs, I assure you that anything that you need to know will be given to you when it is needed. The Discovery has been in service to the Sept for 7 years. Harbinger was simply its latest assignment. It's unfortunate we've lost a lot of brilliant minds and a lot of good knights on that ship. I'm rerouting one of the security teams from Harbinger. They should be at your location within the hour.
We have yet to come across the ship's Spectre. It's why we ask. Or it's why I ask.
Have you gone to the Spectre? Have you gone to the Spectre housing chamber yet?
We have yet to assess that location.
Well, get on it then, Captain. Who's on the bridge?
Alexei Ilyich, the engineer you sent.
Mm-hmm. And you've restored power to the communications.
Yes, I thought communications was my priority, and he is working on the bridge as we speak.
Indeed. Next time, however, I would suggest you take the bridge and send your engineer to communications. The bridge is, as you know, the primary control spot for the entire ship. If your man on the bridge should be compromised, it will put you all in danger.
I am en route.
Good. The security team will be there, as I said, within the hour. They will report to you for further command. You may assign them duties to help you with your surveying and repair mission.
If you do have any further information or intel, please do broadcast it through.
I'm still waiting to receive the scientific data from the Discovery. Once we've done an assessment on that, we may have further information. In the meantime, you're to assess the recovery potential of the Discovery, and then to resume the recovery mission for Harbinger.
I think that those extra men will be required, but it seems relatively salvageable. We haven't done a full system sweep and scan yet, but I remain optimistic.
Well, I hope that the next time you decide to request my time, that you'll have more information for me. Get the job done, Captain.
Yes, sir.
And he hangs up on you.
He like cuts the call from his end and just sort of stews for a little while, and then he'll go back and check on the others and how they've resolved.
Now, since that would have taken a couple of minutes, first
Yeah.
I'll jump up to the bridge to Alexi.
Oh boy.
So, Alexi, you were working on just getting all the main stations operational again, and you were going to try to see if you could transmit the scientific data, correct?
Yeah, well, I was actually still throwing up, I think, from having
Okay.
a vision of near death, but I had recovered from that just about when we finished the last session, I think.
Sure.
So he was just kind of getting his bearings back together and having a look at this this bridge.
Oh, yeah. Were you wearing your helmet? No, you weren't wearing your
No.
helmet. That's good. Okay, yeah, that'd be a mess. Okay.
What does the bridge look like? Is it like a big sort of? Is it big?
Yeah, it's pretty decent sized. It's completely round, like circular in shape. The command chair is almost in the center of the room, just maybe a little bit towards the front. At the very front, you have a big glass window, which goes, covers the entire front and then comes around a little bit on both the right and left side for peripheral views. There is a helm, basically a comm kind of, or sorry, not comm, but a console at the front with a chair at it where the pilot would sit, who's in charge of navigational controls. There is a science station on the right-hand side, just kind of beside the glass of the right side viewing window. And on the left-hand side, there is a security and weapons station.
Okay, so I guess I'll. I mean, Alexi would know. I probably don't, but he would know where you need to go to like try and reactivate the stuff. I would imagine that there's like a main hub or whatever. He would go over there and see what he could do.
Yeah, well, the main helm would have, access to all the major systems. Of course, the science station would have certain specialized science information, and the weapons station would have more, I suppose, intricate details on security systems and weapon systems. But
Yeah.
everything could be kind of run from the main helm at the front, near that nice big glass screen or glass window.
Yeah, he's nervous, like walking around the place, and he's like looking as he walks towards the helm at the
And as
window.
Looking at the window, all you see is just blackness beyond, because it's dark inside of Harbinger. You don't see any stars, just blackness.
Just buttons. All right. Yeah. So I'd move my way over to the helm and kind of like activate the arc tool, and send like mechadendrites and stuff from that into the helm to try and activate whatever I can.
Sure. Yeah, you don't have to roll for that. It powers right up, no problem. And from there, you're able to kind of you realize power is running on a minimal kind of emergency situation, but you can activate main power or whatever you want to do with the power from there. You have access to engine controls. You have access to weapons controls. Yeah, the works from that console.
All right. So
Communications, etc.
I'll power up, basically power up fully. I'll lock the doors of the bridge, and I will basically set into reading and trying to understand the ship and like what I can actually do with it. I don't know what I'm supposed to be doing. So once I've got that sorted and up and the door's locked, I'll get on the comms.
Okay. And who are you going to call on the comms?
Everybody, I suppose.
You're just going to do like a ship-wide kind of communication?
Yeah.
Sure, no problem. We'll come to that in a second. Sloan and Kaizo. So the captain has stepped out into the hall to take his call from HQ. Sloan, you had just kind of placed yourself between the doctor and the bed, which the girl is underneath crying. You can see the dead woman in the bed. Slight decomposition, but nothing too major, because it's ship's been running on minimal power, and she's been dead for a couple of days. But who did we lose? We lost Dan. Okay, cool. So I hand it to you, Corinne and Nick.
So yeah, I think Sloan would be like trying to like kneel under the bed to see if she can see the girl. Try and like coax her out a bit.
You do see her. She's got, kind of long dark hair. It's a bit of a tangled mess. She's wearing civilian clothing, of course. And go ahead and give me a wisdom save, if you will.
Yeah. Okay.
How'd you do?
19.
Oh, 19. Okay, great. Yeah. So, you briefly, as you see her, and she's scared and crying, and she looks over at you, and you can see the tears streaming down out of her eyes. It hits you a little bit in the feels just because, you had a daughter yourself. And she looks like she'd be about the same age probably as your own daughter. But yeah, it doesn't, it doesn't throw you into any horrible flashbacks or anything of that sort. And she's just kind of crying. And unlike with the doctor, she doesn't look away from you, though. She continues to kind of look at you as she's sobbing.
Can I reach out, like, kind of one hand out to her and try and coax her out a bit? Be like, it's all right. We won't hurt you.
Sure, you're going to try to calm her down and coax her out from under the bed?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Let me see. I think that would probably be a persuasion roll. Unless you can think of a better skill for it. What?
Mm-mm-mm-mm-mm. 15.
And she reaches out and she takes your hand.
And I won't
And,
pull on her.
slowly,
I'll just kind of, yeah.
she starts to
pulling.
kind of shuffle a little bit towards the edge of the bed. What are you doing, Doctor, as you see Sloane doing all this? Oh, I'm muted too. Are you there, Nick?
Oh, sorry, I didn't realize I was muted.
Yeah, sorry.
Yes.
So
Maybe watching Murphy and trying to coax Tiffany up from under the bed and like maybe leaning his head a little, trying to hear what the captain is saying out in the hallway, but he can't hear anything. So he just looks back, and there's like the flash again. His wife looking up from the bed, the child beneath, screaming, What are you doing?" And then back to Murphy. "We need to get her to the med bay," he says. "I must examine her."
I think there'll be enough time for that later, Doctor.
Maybe then this is like, and like the lights go on as he looks up.
okay. So the doctor is suggesting take her to the med bay. You're suggesting something else, Murphy?
Yeah, I don't think that she's all too eager to allow a self-Alzarine scientist to start experimenting on a small child. So, yeah.
The girl's fully out from under the bed now, and she's like holding onto your hand tightly with both hands down and like pressing close to your side.
And then I'll kind of like do rub her hair or like whatever you want to call it, like brush her hair back out of her face. It's kind of like all matted and nasty or whatever, but like, just trying to kind of calm her a bit.
It's definitely a bit greasy and sweaty.
Because about how long has it been since the crash? Like, how long has this girl been?
It's what, 2.5 days?
Okay. And I guess I'll kind of look down at her and be like, "My name's Sloane, but what's yours?"
And she just looks at you, doesn't say a word.
That's all right. There'll be plenty of time for talking later. Just
Captain,
kind of smile at her.
you'd be walking back into the room about this time. You see Sloane standing there now holding the hand of this girl, actually holding both hands of this girl, in her one hand. And the doctor standing there in front of him. The captain walks back into the room.
He looks slightly distracted and then kind of snaps back into professional. Roll needed on the bridge. Our next port of call.
Can you hear me?
Flick to channel. Team-wide comms. Affirmative.
I got the power going. I don't know what we do now.
You were to reclaim the scientific data, whatever this signed ship had recovered recently about the Harbinger, and then send that on the way to Zarkestra.
Copy.
Have you, with the power back on, can you see anything going on with the Spectre? You said there was like a special containment or something for the Spectre in?
Yeah, there's every ship has a what do they call it? Called Spectre containment, or I had another word for it, Spectre housing.
Yeah, you call
chamber.
it housing chamber. Earlier.
Essentially, the way Spectres work, these spirits, the ghosts, as it were, have a crystal, like an energy crystal, that kind of anchors their spirits to the ship, and that's kept in the Spectre housing for safety, essentially.
And is that buried within the ship somewhere, or somewhere on the bridge?
No, the Spectre housing would be actually near engineering, kind of back around pretty close to where your communication station was.
Right. From the bridge, can you see if the Spectre is still intact?
Investigate now, sir.
You do a quick little diagnostic on it, Alexi, and you have no signs of activity, and there's the readings are off in the Spectre housing. Sorry, you're not reading any energy in the Spectre housing, aside from the basics, like lights and air, etc.
Looks like the Spectre's dead, sir.
Do I know if we could pilot this without the Spectre, or is it too few crew?
Oh no, you definitely could. One person, in theory, could pilot the entire ship from the bridge.
Okay.
As long as all the systems are working properly. Yeah.
Right. You don't see any other ancillary damage or anything to engineering, do you?
Do I?
You're going to run a ship damage diagnostic. That'll take you a couple minutes to do.
I'll run the diagnostic, sir. I'll get back to you.
Right. And then try for the scientific data. The Sept is eager to get whatever is on that back.
Okay. And so while he's doing that diagnostic, then you were saying you're going to head to the bridge, Captain? Yeah?
Well,
Or
thought
not?
it was required, but perhaps not.
You hear that voice echoing in your head again from Commander Hazri. Get yourself on the bridge. It's the, hub of everything, the hub of power for the ship. And you might also think about Alexei and his slightly imbalanced state, and the fact that you probably don't trust him very much.
Yeah, which is part of the reason I was trying to run point on things. Okay. Yeah, I'm heading to the bridge. You said the med bay was a charnel house, didn't you? Something akin to that, Doctor. I don't think that's appropriate for a child. Are you able to fix her or therapize her on the bridge?
No, unfortunately not, Captain. The medical bay is still serviceable. Indeed, the place is a horror, but so too the rest of the ship. The girl has seen her share. She is, and then he'll pause for like 3 dots and say, resilient.
I believe the term you used to describe it before was human abattoir.
Are you able to take any of the equipment from the medical bay, or required.
Yes. It'd take some time. Perhaps if I had some, what would he say, like an NG suit or an exoskeleton suit, I could check engineering to expedite the process, Captain. But yes, things could be moved, potentially.
And he's kind of, while he's giving these kind of half commands, he's kind of looking like past you to Sloane, saying that if he can read her face or if she has anything to say.
Who's the fucking captain, mate?
Yeah, I think she would be like every time that Brent mentions like taking the girl to med bay, like she would kind of like have like this like thin lipped expression on her face and kind of like clutch the girl a bit.
See what you can recover and meet us in the bridge. I'm going there now. She might have come round by then.
So you're heading to the bridge alone, Captain?
The expectation is for Sloane to take the girl with me to the bridge and the doctor to go find what he needs to treat her without taking her to the place filled with human organs slipping on the floor and things.
I mean, you're currently standing in a room with her 2 dead parents, so...
But weren't they put pleasantly to sleep? You described it as not as like opened up wide.
Still, psychologically, just saying, she's. It's probably a good idea to get her out of this room.
Yeah. Sloane, you with me.
All right, and I'll kind of look down at the girl and be like, "You all right? Coming with us? You can stay with me."
She just nods.
Right, and I'll just kind of take her by the hand and follow Dorn.
Okay, so they walk out and head down the hall. And Doctor, are you indeed heading towards engineering to look for an exosuit, or?
If they're still watching him, he'll make towards going towards engineering. But if not, he'll go straight to the med bay.
Right. Well, you probably lose them in the hall at some point. Then when they turn right to head up towards the bridge, and you would have to go left to go towards engineering, which is also the direction the mess hall is on the way. So.
Okay.
Or not the mess hall. Sorry, you wanted to go to the med bay, so you need to double back down. Sorry. Yeah.
Yep. Yeah, I'll do so, and I'll kind of pick up pace the closer I get to it.
Mm-hmm.
And once I get there, I'll begin making a space sanitized with like the microscope or equivalent. And I'll like looking over my shoulder, you could see me open the gloved hand, and in it just like 2 little strands of matted hair, like a little bit of dry blood flecked upon them. You'll place them down upon the analyzer screen and like read the information eagerly as it comes up. And when it shows her blood type, his eyes just kind of stop on it, and you can see tears dwelling there before he blinks them away and continues on.
Give me a wisdom save, Doctor.
Ooh, that's 21.
Nice. So you hear like voices echoing around in your head, flashback memories and stuff. You hear assistants, responding to different commands and orders that you're given. As you're kind of examining this, you're remembering yourself working in a lab, but you're able to suppress it pretty quickly, pretty easily. Push it back down and focus on the task at hand. So the information. Sorry, go ahead.
His gloved finger kind of reaches up to the screen, and like his index finger falls on where it says O positive.
Mm-hmm. And you, as you're looking at that, you realize her name is. Well, you're gonna pull up her data, her information, or are you just trying to get her medical information?
Pathology. Her pathology, and anything like that else that I could extrapolate with space gadgets.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, she's a 5-year-old girl. You would probably notice right away that her blood type does not match that of her parents. But otherwise, she seems to be a healthy, vibrant child.
Is there anything foreign?
No. Everything reads normal.
He reaches up around his neck to like a thin necklace that he wears, and on it like a data chip, kind of the size of your thumbnail. He kind of fingers at it while reading the information. Then he close it down and walk out of the room with purpose towards the engineering bay.
Very good. So back on the bridge, Alexei.
Yeah, I will set to getting that data and basically reading through it. I would imagine that there's like implants that would allow me to speed read or like absorb data directly into me if I need to.
Mm-hmm.
So I want to see what
you can receive the damage reports while you're trying to recover the scientific data from the science station.
exactly. Yeah,
Sure. Go ahead and give me a tech roll.
sure. That's good. So 16 plus a bunch, plus 9, so
Good enough.
23.
16 plus 9 is 25, I think. But,
25.
that's fine. Yeah, you're able to pull up all kinds of data. You see they've got various autopsy reports on both Chryslic and Scrug anatomy. All kinds of information on those that, from the security teams had obviously been dealing with the exo threats here on the ship. And so that's all very interesting, and there's probably some very useful stuff in there. Without getting into too much detail about it, that
Sure.
would be valuable to the Sept. You also get, there's not quite a full schematic of Harbinger, but they've got about 80% of it mapped, and they seem to have identified all the major systems. And you'll see that the repair teams that were aboard Harbinger, right up until the time that communication was lost and that all information basically stopped being gathered, were working on restoring the, or clearing basically the kind of tram stations so that they'd be able to transport around. Once they got full power restored to Harbinger, they'd be able to transfer or transport around Harbinger quickly to get from station to station. Because like I said, it's about 5 miles long, so it's a big ass ship. Traveling on foot takes a lot of time to get from station to station, especially when you have
Sure.
a bridge and engineering which are miles and miles away from each other, etc. Let's see, what other information would you find that would be interesting to you there in the science logs? I mean, that's the stuff that stands out to you straight away.
Okay, so I'm kind of looking specifically for things that might trigger, like Alexei. He already has a safe sort of a healthy distrust for the set, and he's wondering if there's anything in here that's like gross or like any sort of like, you know what I mean, like immoral or something like that.
Nope, nothing in this data that you see. Nope, just the the anatomical information on the Scrug and Chryslics. Obviously, it looks like they were indeed on a mission to recover Harbinger. So you'd see their plan. They were working first on mapping out the major systems, and the next step, which they never got to complete, obviously, was going to be to go to the engineering and restore main power to the ship, and try to get control from the bridge, and then be able to maneuver the ship, and take it to Tharkestra from out of orbit from Bastion and into orbit around Tharkestra.
Okay, sure. So yeah, I'll just download as much of that into my Omni tool, my art tool as I can.
Very good. The last sections to be mapped out were, let's see, the very last section located on their map that the most recently updated was the Spectre housing of Harbinger, and there is some very interesting information. They find that Harbinger uses very similar technology to what's used here in the moons of Bastion as well, and they found that quite interesting. There would also be information about the various remains found of what they assume to have been the native crew to Harbinger. They've not found anyone alive, but there's plenty of undead, the goths as they call them, and they seem to have been humanoid, quite possibly human even, like yourselves.
Okay, so I'll get it all onto my ARC tool, and then I will encrypt it like 6 times on my ARC tool, and then I'll delete it from the ship.
Oh, interesting. Go ahead and give me a tech roll for that.
Yes, sir.
Gaunts, yeah, Gaunts. You spelled that right, Corinne. Gaunts is just the term used for the various undead that are found roaming around in Harbinger at times.
It's a 14 plus 9.
Okay, no problem. So yeah, you think you get all the information into your ARC tool, you encrypt it, and then you delete it from the ship's memory, yeah?
Yeah, so I'm the only one who has it and who can access it.
Interesting. Okay. And about that time, by the time it takes you to do that, you also receive the damage report from the ship. The hull is intact. There are no major hull breaches from the collision. It seems to have survived the actual collision quite well. The engines obviously aren't running at the moment. You need to restore power to them from engineering itself. But you're not reading any major damage to the engines. There are no weapons systems for the vessel itself because it was just a science vessel. Yeah.
So, I mean,
Life support is working. You know, it's been working in emergency mode, but life support's working optimally. Obviously, communications have been fully restored.
so the ship could be operational, like it's potentially flyable.
Yeah, it seems to be just a matter of powering up the engines. Now, having said that, it is currently lodged in the hull
Sure.
of Harbinger, so you're not sure how safe it would be to try to move it. But
Okay. Right, so I've got all that information. Yeah, then I'll get on the comms again. I've got the information, Captain. The ship seems to be in fine shape. There's no hull breaches. Everything seems operational. Although it might be dangerous to pull the ship out of Harbinger. I've got some floor plans and the like of the Harbinger itself.
Right. We're on our way to you. What do you advise is the best way to extract the discovery from the Harbinger?
that's going to require a visual inspection, a complete visual inspection of the outer, areas of the ship.
Right. For now, I would just say, like, with great care. It's very possible that there are huge chunks of sheet metal that are pointed in a direction that if we move the ship, they'll go right through it. We need to be extremely careful doing that.
Right. Is there a way that the discovery could act as a secondary engines to the Harbinger and we push the entire thing, or is it more dangerous doing that than extracting?
Again, we'd have to have a look at the outside first. I would imagine what's happened is we punched a hole in, and so the hull is probably bent inwards. So pulling it out is probably more dangerous than going in, but also there's probably not enough space in that ship to put this ship safely.
Right. But engineering is still offline.
Yeah, I can go down there if you need me to.
And what if the scientific data transfer?
Yeah, I've got it.
And you're sending it?
It's still processing, sir.
Right.
You're like less than a minute from the bridge yourself at this point.
Right. We'll be with you shortly, and then we can plan our next move. Maybe you can show me those floor plans where
Sure.
we need to go. Out.
And as he says that, that's when like the delete meter on the ship's thing like winks.
Nice. Yep.
I mean, is there... I haven't... No, apart from him being a distrustful dick, I have no reason to like give him an insight check, so I don't feel...
That's fair.
Yep. Like, it wouldn't fail a passive insight, I would imagine, so...
So you get to the access, the portal, the door to the bridge, and you walk up to it, Captain, and it's locked.
I'm curious, before we get there, has the kid spoken, said anything?
Not a word.
Even presumably we've tried talking to her and she still said nothing.
Have you continued trying to talk to her, Sloan?
Yeah, I kind of think that she probably would have been like doing that referring to a small child thing that adults do, where they're describing what, like, we're just walking down this hall and we're going to go up to the bridge and we're going to meet, like, this other fellow of ours and blah 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 blah. you have a small child that's not talking, you narrate.
Mm-hmm. Yep. And she's not saying a word. She seems to be hearing you. I mean, she looks at you and she occasionally would nod or something, but she doesn't say anything.
Dawn kind of gives a look down to the child and then to Sloane. How are you holding up?
I'm all right. It's been an interesting day. Did want to thank you for helping me earlier. I mean, can't help your image having to strap your girlfriend in and a bunch of people you're trying to command.
He takes a long sigh. Yeah.
I can't do it myself, you know.
Yeah, but you do them too loose. Like that last time we took that run through the debris field in Phobos.
Oh, my arm healed up fine. It's not my fault that crummy pilot threw the relays instead of around them.
I'm not taking that risk again. And, well, those two should serve the Sept, and they should serve me as a high-ranking officer regardless of my actions, but you're more important than they are.
And she'll kind of smile at that and be like, well, yeah, I mean, that's silly. Of course I am.
Modest too. And then
So yeah, you would arrive at the door to the bridge, and like I said, it's red light. It's locked.
flick onto the comms. Alexei, open up.
Yes, sir. And I'll open
It's
the door.
green. Door opens.
Step
Yeah,
through.
you see the bridge. As I said, there was a few bodies up here already, including the captain and the command chair. You can see plenty of blood around. And what was it that was scrawled on the screen? Do you remember, Lloyd?
Space
Shit.
is empty.
Yeah.
Space is empty. That's what it was. Yeah. Thanks for remembering. I have them all written down here, but I forgot to write down which one was where. So you see that it was scrawled in blood on the. It's not really glass per se, but I'm calling it glass for description purposes. You know, it's a see-through screen, and you also see quite a bit of vomit around the command chair as well.
And I think
Go
the.
ahead.
I was just gonna say, like, I think at the sight of the bodies, like, someone would pick up the girl and kind of like, she's only 5, so could kind of shoulder her a bit so she doesn't have to, like, she's looking behind Sloane rather than
Sure.
up toward towards everything.
Cradle her, hold her, you know.
In the
And
little bit of
your
time that Alexi's been here, he would have like already started to like turn it into a workshop. You know what I mean? Like he's been here long enough that he's like organized bits in different places, and he's probably used the comms in here to like play some music, which would be like some old bluegrass sort of stuff.
Okay.
Would you have cleaned up the vomit then, or is it still there?
I think he would have piled all the grossness into a corner, like the bodies and the
Okay.
goo, you know.
Fair enough.
Right.
'Cause he's been here a while, like he wouldn't just leave it, I think.
Okay. I'm guessing you moved those then. They weren't flung into the corner.
No,
by the impact.
it was carnage in here as well.
Sure. I'd just take like a cursory glance at the bodies, just like to see in what manner they've been killed, if it's relatively peaceful or if it's
No, violently.
both violently shot or something.
The two of them have had their throats slashed, and the other one has had its wrists slashed. That one is wearing the captain's insignia on the lapel.
Was there a weapon in here? Do you know if this was self-inflicted?
I didn't spend a lot of time looking, to be honest.
Yeah, you would have found his
So
his sidearm and like a service knife, basically. Utility knife, essentially, type thing.
We were told on the logs that they sealed themselves in and crashed this ship, only then to kill themselves? Strange behavior. And I think he might note the relatively fresh vomit that couldn't have come from the corpses, but he's not going to say anything just yet.
Roll a perception check for me there, Captain.
Sure. 22.
Yeah, you probably also notice there's still a little bit of dried vomit on Alexi's suit as well that he missed in the cleanup.
Right. So, you managed the damage report floor plans for this ship?
Yeah, I've downloaded them.
Right. And are you able to distribute them amongst the team?
Well, to be honest, I thought I'd hang on to them. They're pretty complicated.
Floor plans.
They're just maps.
But they're in code.
Right.
Here, I'll show you. And he begins typing on his arm, and then like the map will shoot up from his arc tool.
Sure, so you get like a holographic display, pops up, floor plans. Are you showing floor plans of the Discovery or floor plans of Harbinger or both?
Harbinger.
Okay, yeah, boom, pulls up all the mapping data that they've achieved. Like I said, it's about 80% mapped. You can see all the major systems departments are marked off. You've got bridge, communications, medical bay. There's actually several medical bays. The main engineering. You've got Spectre housing. You've got what's this is containment housing, which is essentially like safe warehouses and things of that sort. There's a hydroponics level, essentially almost an entire deck, which is just labeled as hydroponics. You assume that's probably where they grow various plants for providing extra oxygen for long-term space flight for life support functions. And you also have a map of the tram system. The tram system runs, of course, through all of the major decks and to all the major system areas.
Right. So we need to get engineering back online, and that shouldn't cause any undue damage until we start piloting the ship. Isn't any like of gas leaks or any?
There doesn't seem to be any hull breaches or anything like that. I would need to look in engineering to determine any damage down there, I think. Right. But from here, everything looks okay.
And the Discovery's last mission was the scans of the Harbinger that we also aim to recover. Is there useful data? Does that look pilotable?
The Harbinger?
Yeah.
Huh. Wasn't really in the data, I suppose. They hadn't finished mapping.
The scientific data hasn't finished. Right.
Sorry, that wasn't in the data, right? There wasn't any mention about how to pilot the Harbinger if they tried that or anything.
No, they haven't tried. They haven't restored main power to it. Yeah. But if you spend more time going through the data and stuff, you can probably determine the kind of, I guess, the status of Harbinger as far as damage and stuff goes, and whether that's pilotable. Wouldn't take you too long to do that if you wanted to work on that.
Yeah.
I think Sloan would kind of turn to Dorn a bit and be like, how long do you think the SEP will give us to get the scientific data to them?
They seemed pretty eager for it. So as soon as... How long does it take to transfer scientific data, Alexei?
Well, there's a lot of it. Probably have to get back to our ship to do so, I would imagine. Or maybe from here. I'm not too sure.
Well, I managed to transfer the logs from communications.
All right, well, I'll attempt to do so. And I'll begin typing on my thing, but not actually do anything.
Gotcha. Okay. And you also then get a ping on your whisper links, not through the ship's comms, but on your own whisper links. This is Security Team Delta reporting to Captain Graydon.
Affirmative, security team.
We're approaching the wreckage of Discovery in our exosuits. Permission to board, Captain.
Mission granted. Maintain suit integrity at all times. Report to the bridge. There are. Do you have the data for the crew currently? The active crew, this security team is what I meant. So they're not going to shoot on sight.
Yeah, I guess. Why are they here?
Standard protocol.
Sept said that they'd be sending security teams to help us in our briefing.
Yeah, I guess I didn't listen.
What are your numbers?
For the security team, is that what you're asking?
Yes, Delta.
We've got a dozen knights here, sir.
Dozen knights. Excellent. And can I send them, or do they have the data of our recovery team, so they're not going to shoot my doctor and engineer on site?
You can send them that information quickly,
Right.
yeah. But I mean, like I said, as the High Commander said to you, you're in command. They're reporting to you now, so you can give them whatever orders you wish.
Yeah. So I send them the data, or regale the information of. We have the one engineer, Alexei Ilyich, who's on his way. Should be on his way to engineering. We have Dr. Keizo, who is somewhere aboard this ship.
Dr. Brent, yeah.
Yeah. And then I will meet them in the bridge with the lone survivor and our astropath, Mansa, whatever the term was. Report to me initially.
Okay.
For debrief.
Dr. Brent, you would head towards engineering.
That's right.
Going straight to engineering, or are you making any stops along the way?
No, I'm going to. I've got the purpose to go to engineering and find a exosuit so that I can essentially like clean up the med bay and prep it.
Yeah, when you talk about an exosuit, you're talking about like a kind of a yeah, exactly.
Type suit, so I can lift up like the beds, like pilot. Like you said, there was like 30 bodies or something, and then like move out all the bodies and filth
Absolutely.
and spray it down with like a gurney or something, and prepare it.
As you're making your way down there, give me a perception check.
Okay. Nat 1.
Okay, so you're walking down there, and you're pretty focused on just getting down to engineering. And as you're walking by, one of the doors on your left opens up just as you walk in front of it. And just out of the corner of your eye, you see a man standing there. And as I assume you turn and look, and there's nobody there.
Alexei, is that you? And he kind of like looks around as the camera like begins to spin about him.
And it's dark beyond, but there is a sign inside. There's another corridor there, and you can see the sign on the corridor. It says Spectre Housing, and it points down the corridor, the dark corridor that extends beyond that door.
He'll clutch at the syringe he recovered from Dr. Malone with his like pointed down like a dagger with his thumb on the plunger, and he'll gingerly like step forward and like his breath increasing as it like fogs and then defogs inside the cracked helm. And
as you do, there's light begins to come on, kind of like sequentially down the corridor. Running lights, essentially, emergency lights start to let, and you can see further down the corridor, and you see a door at the end of the corridor that's closed.
He'll look down at his wrist tool and scan for signs of life. I'm not sure whether to trust his senses or lack thereof.
0 life signs read in the immediate area.
Some of the greatest discoveries of science were founded on the backs of tangents, he thinks to himself.
Well, perception.
Corridor. It's not too bad. 13 all up.
From where you're standing, you can see the panel beside that door at the end of the hall, the end of the corridor, and it's lit red at the moment, which you know to mean locked, and then it turns green. Roll a wisdom save for me.
He'll start walking forward. Oh, okay. Natural 1.
Nice. Okay. You hear Dad? And it just like echoes down the corridor towards you. Seems to have come from the door.
He'll break into a sprint.
Okay, so you run down to the door,
Uh-huh.
and the door is, of course, it's closed, but the panel is green. Press a button, it'll open right up.
He like hits it with his palm, like you would like trying to yell at someone through like deafening, like deaf glass.
And again, you hear echoing, Dad, 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 Dad. And the door opens up, and you're looking into a kind of a bluish green lit room. And you can see the Spectre crystal in its housing compartment right in the middle of the room. The room itself is, again, kind of a circular room that goes around, the crystal being the centerpiece, the main piece. The crystal itself, it's held about 2 feet up from the floor, and it's about 8 feet tall, the crystal itself, so giving it about 10-foot height total with the base. And there's about another 2-foot clearance between that and the ceiling. This is a rather tall room. But the first thing you notice right away is that the crystal is broken. It's cracked and pieces of it are missing. You can see the broken pieces strewn about on the floor. And whereas normally an active Spectre crystal would be lit up itself, there is no light emanating from this crystal. And for a moment, you're whisked away and you're standing in, well, just surrounded by white light. You see nothing but white light all around you. And you hear a voice, it sounds like Madame, say, "The subjects are ready for your examination and your appraisal, sir."
Excellent.
And you turn and you see Madame standing there. What does Madame look like?
Androgynous, silver, with like a calming monotone voice, bald and like synthetic, but like a pale attempt. It's at a synthetic.
Yeah, completely android, correct?
Uh-huh.
Yeah. So this sexless android gestures with his hand to the right, and you look and you see a row of 5 beds, medical beds. And in each bed, there is a young child lying on the bed itself. The beds look to be made of almost like a glass-like steel, with kind of a slight green tinge to the material. The children are completely naked, and they're hooked up to various tubes and electrodes that are scanning their life signs. There's tubes running down into their throats and up their nostrils. They have the various, I guess they're like electrodes attached around their heads. Their heads are shaved, completely clean of hair. And they're you can see immediately, there are life signs on the beds themselves, so they're all alive, but they're not showing any kind of other activity. And when you look at the monitors, the brain activity is at a minimal state.
He'll turn to Madamai and say, "Administer." And he'll like stand back with his arms behind his back, waiting with like his teeth just like threatening to bite his bottom lip.
And Madame walks over to the first child. This one's a boy. and pushes a few buttons on the pad at the head of the bed, and you see the boy's body go rigid as you hear the hum of energy, and you see the brain activity shoot up. It skyrockets like, just think of like a seismic reader during a major earthquake type thing. And the child starts to kind of squirm and struggle in a sense on the bed, although you realize it's just kind of like reflex action. It's not necessarily voluntary action. And you see a crystal behind the bed that wasn't there a moment ago, but now you see this crystal start to pulse and to glow with a greenish light. And Madame says, "Readings are unstable, sir."
Continue, he says, as if like at this point he's veered in the past.
"Do you wish me to increase the power?"
Yes.
And the child starts to like arch its back to the point where like only its head and like its wrists and ankles, or the feet basically are on the bed itself, but the rest of the body is like arched up, as if it's being electrocuted almost, essentially. And the brain readings start to scatter even more. It says, "Readings are reaching maximum potential, sir. Still unstable.
Process. We're close, Madame. So close.
Life signs are failing. If we continue at this rate, sir, the child will be rendered brain dead within moments."
He's looking between the screens and like Madame's words echoing around his skull, from the screen to the crystal to the child, like spasming in pain, and then back to his faithful droid.
And
Sweat
then
begins to gather at his brow.
And then the brain readings start to flatline. Madame pushes a couple of buttons and the child's body drops limply down back on the bed. You see the crystal behind it pulsing with this sickly green glow. And as it pulses, with each pulse, it gets dimmer and dimmer. And then it fades back to its kind of almost opaque, pinkish crystal color. And Madame says, "I'm sorry to report, sir, but it didn't take."
He like goes over to the crystal and like holds as the green light fades from it, like similar to my overlay. You can just see the slightest hint of blue in the center of it, and then when it like ducks out, he's like, and he like hurls the thing down to like the shining like white sterile floor, and it smashes again as he walks past with his hands behind his back.
"Yes, sir. Perhaps subject number 2 will be stronger willed." And
He
then
nods.
the kind of white light fades and you're completely surrounded by darkness again, and you come to and you're standing there again looking at this broken spectral crystal, which looks
like as the crystal
almost exactly
smashes. Yeah.
it looks like a larger, older version of the crystal that you saw at the head of that bed.
Whoa. Begins gathering the pieces, of course.
Yeah. You suppose they might be useful in some kind of material sense. You don't know. The crystal being broken itself, it's probably not going to be repairable, but you never know what it could be used for. But yeah, you're there gathering up the broken pieces of this spectre containment crystal, stuck with the memories of that flashback that just hit you. Now, important to realize, you feel like you were really there. It feels like a real memory, but it's something that you didn't remember 5 minutes ago.
As in a memory I might have erased that somehow forced its way back.
Perhaps so.
I wonder at the potential of the engine of Harbinger being used to generate my work into this shattered spectre crystal, and that the possibilities, godlike possibilities.
Alexei, you were heading to engineering?
Yep.
Okay. Making any stops along the way?
No, I don't think so. I'll kind of be trying to process the data in my Arctil as I go. Like filtering through it as I go, looking for like, because I guess it's a pretty long walk to where I'm going. Looking for like information about the Harbinger itself and like what state of readiness it's in, and more specific information about that.
Yeah, as you're kind of examining that data, it looks like Harbinger is probably, should be in a functional state. There doesn't seem to be much massive damage to it itself. The biggest amount of damage to it at the moment seems to be it's not recorded in the data that you have, but would be the big hole in the side of the hull that was created by this, this research vessel crashing into it. However, you do realize that it didn't crash into any major systems. It was a rather, what's the word I'm looking for? Superfluous part of the ship for the most part. Superficial, as it were, damage. As you walk past the main kind of airlock area, you'll hear activity, and you can actually, even if you stop to kind of peer through, you'll see that the 12 knights are in the process of boarding and waiting for the kind of decontamination bin and the repressurization before they can enter the ship itself.
Okay, I'll keep walking.
Okay, no problem. Yeah, you see that they're wearing the blue and white Alzarine Knight, exosuits, as it were. They've got kind of it's like power armor essentially with what's the word before, Evo helmets, etc. Grab boots and all the like.
Yep.
So you keep on walking down, and as you're walking towards engineering section, you see a corridor on the left that's open and lit, and if you glance down there, you'll see that the door at the end of that corridor is open, and you can see someone moving around down there.
So you can say that again? I can see someone moving around.
Yeah, like you see, okay, there's a door is open on your left.
Yep.
There's a lit corridor that goes down, I'd say about, it'd be about 20 meters. At the end of that corridor, there's an open door, and it's kind of a greenish light coming from in there, and you can see somebody moving around in there.
Okay. I'll make a fist with my left hand, and the arc tool will like fling out an energy blade, and I'll begin walking in that direction quietly if I can.
So as he's approaching, Doctor, what will he see as you're basically finishing up your collection of crystals and etc.?
It would just see me gathered, like hunched over, gathering these pieces, like flicking between like the sensors on my helm and then my own like red, like cybernized eye scanning until I'm certain I've got all the pieces. If I heard him walk towards me, he'd be quite close because I was so focused, and I'll kind of like look up from behind and then turn to my left so he can see like the red eye, and I'll smell Alexei and say his name.
Oh, Doctor. And I'll like shake away the blade. It'll go back into the arc tool. What are you doing down here?
Lost on my way to engineering, he says, rising. And like when he turns, the fragments have like disappeared into his science costume.
Well, I'm heading there. Might be safer to travel together.
Excellent. I'd be thankful for the companionship, he says.
And you would realize, since you do have access to the schematics and stuff as well, Alexei, you'd realize that this is the Spectre housing chamber, and that you're looking at the shattered Spectre crystal. Like I said before on your readings, you figured the Spectre was dead. This is like physical evidence of the fact that the Spectre, well, it's either dead or it's been unleashed, in which case it would just be a free roaming ghost.
Does it look irreparable? I don't.
Oh
really,
yeah. You keep these crystals that they're.
It's more Mancer than tech in my mind, right? It's kind of.
Yeah, and a shattered Spectre crystal. It's really nobody's ever been able to put one back together again. It's easier just to make a new one.
Okay, so the Spectre has been basically released. So I think Alexei would immediately kind of think like, those people are going crazy, and there's this Spectre that has been released, and he'd like start to like put that together, and he would say, "Doctor, do you know anything about the procedure to make Spectres?"
And that triggers another little bit of memory. And you go ahead and give me a wisdom roll there, Doctor.
Oh, shit.
I can definitely give you one. I don't know if it will be good. Oh, it will be. It's 23.
You kind of much to your surprise, you remember. Yes, you do know quite a bit about specters. You've once headed up a project on building new specters, but actually you made a 23. You said on your wisdom save.
Uh-huh.
It was a classified project.
No, he says, but with science, well, there was always potential.
Of course, I'm just thinking that they've obviously damaged or smashed this specter, and I mean, where does the thing go?
Indeed.
It might go some way to explaining the strange behavior of the people aboard. I don't know, Doctor. This is weird, right? It's weird. I don't feel safe.
Do not fear, he says. We're on a noble endeavor. There is a single light of science. To brighten anywhere is to brighten it everywhere. Come. And he'll try and like bolster his companion.
Okay.
Yeah, I'll
You
follow.
guys will make your ways to engineering so you can find your exosuit and he can start to restore power to the engines. As you're doing that, the Marines, or the Knights, I should say, will board the ship and they will report to the bridge. What are you doing in the meantime? You probably have a good 10 minutes or so on the bridge, Sloan and Dorn, if there's anything you want to do during that time.
I think at some point, just having like, the girl, because the doctor didn't tell us her name or whatever, I would check the logs in on the bridge about the children that were on board the Discovery, just because we just kind of assumed it was scientists and their families, but like, basically looking for confirmation of that.
Okay, yeah, so you're
Like
going through the logs, checking
names.
the personnel. Yeah,
Yeah.
that'll probably take up most of your 10 minutes. That's fine. And what about yourself, Captain? While she's going through the personnel logs and basically confirming the information on the ship.
I also would have reported to the Knights about the general state of chaos. So not
Well, they're
to be surprised.
Before they arrive, or are you going to do that over the
They
comms?
don't, over the comms before they arrive to them individual, like as a group, so they don't like walk in, see everybody murdered, and get panicky.
Sure. Okay, no problem.
Like I did in the comms room, where I looked at the logs that were being sent previously, I would do so again for the scientific information here. So, because I'd be curious, it takes a while to transfer this kind of information, and I'd be curious to see it for myself.
Give me a tech roll.
That's a 19.
So you go over to the science station, you punch up, and you try to pull up the data, and it's gone. There's nothing there. The scientific data is empty.
Right.
You rolled a 19, you said?
I did. And then I like pull up the data for the Discovery ship. Can I get access the floor plans for that? And
from the science station?
yes, the information I want to know what I can get information-wise on the Discovery and on the Harbinger. And you said the Harbinger there was no scientific data remaining.
Nope, it's all gone. And as you're trying to pull up the schematics on the Discovery and everything else, it's gone as well.
Right. So before the guards get there, I would say to Sloan, "Hello, the data is all gone. It's not being sent. It's gone."
That
The Sept do not take lightly the disobeyment of their orders, let alone theft of information of this fragile and important material.
The information that you're currently pulling up, Sloan, is command information. So I imagine you're sitting in the command chair, pulling it up on the personal terminal there.
sure. So I'm real sorry about Alexi Dorn.
There are two ways of this going. Is you convince him to give me the information and it gets sent, or I get the knights to do it. Because either way, that data is being sent. I've already been quite lenient, considering his infractions. But that
Give me a
leniency
wisdom save there, Dawn, while you're having this conversation.
Sure.
As your thoughts kind of dwell for a moment on your daughter, who you know is currently in, well, actually, both of your daughters technically are currently in a Sept custody.
Yep. No, believe me, that is why he is on edge. That's a 17.
Okay. No problem. Carry on.
You know what my success, or some of what my success entails. It needs to be a continued success.
I know. I'll talk to him.
I need all of it. All the scientific data, and I need the data on this ship. He is starting to work against me, against us, and against the Sept, and that is not a path you should walk down.
She'll kind of like take like this big deep breath, because yes, she knows exactly what this entails for Dorn, and for herself as well, and just kind of, he probably didn't mean anything by it, but he is stubborn.
Mm-hmm. Do you want to await an escort? What are you going to do with the child? Or are you going to talk to him over the comms?
What would you prefer?
I prefer you not go anywhere near him. If he's done this, he may well threaten you. He's taken the information hostage. Might not be the only length he's willing to go to.
Give me a wisdom save there, Corinne.
It's a 16 plus a 6 for 22.
You're fairly certain Alexi wouldn't do anything to hurt you.
Yeah. So I don't think he'd hurt me, Dorn, but no more than you would.
Did you think he was capable of this? And he kind of like beckons back to the empty screen.
She kind of thinks for a bit. Honestly, I don't know what he might be. To be truthful, I don't know what he'd be capable of. It's been, 6 years, Dorn. And she'll kind of give him a look. A bit. I left for a reason. But one thing I'm certain of is that he wouldn't hurt me.
Right. If you knew he was a liability, I wish you'd said something. It was one thing for the Sept to send this dissident under my command. It's another thing for you not to warn me of his potential.
I didn't I
The
didn't
bridge
think-
door opens,
Oh,
and 12 knights walk in.
Is the leader of the knights
They-
a sergeant?
He is indeed. The sergeant will walk up to you and salute.
I would salute back.
Captain
Follow
Graydon?
protocol. Sergeant, I'm glad you've arrived. As you see, we have quite... And he kind of gives a look over to Sloane, knowing that their conversation went half undone. Quite a situation here.
My men and I are at your disposal. What can we do to assist?
First of all, none of you will go alone anywhere. Minimal teams of 3. Something happened here to turn people on themselves. You will keep a close eye on each other and will not raise a weapon to each other unless absolutely necessary.
We understand there is a number of bodies on this ship. Do you wish us to begin a cleanup mission?
They've so far posed no problem.
Well, sir, with all due respect, I've spent quite a bit of time on Harbinger. The dead have a way of not remaining dead forever.
Right. Sloane, are you going to engineering? Or are you staying here?
The sergeant kind of raises an eyebrow at that as you're asking her what she's going to do.
He ignores it, although he might note it.
it's like I'll go where I'm most useful, Dorn.
Right.
Captain.
6 of your men take our astromancer here down to engineering to rendezvous with the others specialists. They're aiming to get the engines back online, not to move the ship, and look for any heavy lifting equipment.
He waves a hand, and you see 6 of the men form up kind of over by the door. And the survivor, sir, what would you like us to do with her? Should we contain her? The girl grabs on tightly and holds onto your hand real tightly, Sloane, at that, and pushes up against you.
I think I can manage her, Captain.
Right. Escort them all down there. Be on your guard with the other specialists. They've exhibited some issues, though I believe them still to be functional. Act to subdue.
Understood, sir. If they become a threat, how would you like us to deal with them?
Subdue. Disarm, subdue, capture.
If that should prove problematic, sir, do we have permission to use lethal force?
Only if your own lives are threatened.
Understood, sir.
I would like 3 of your men to begin cleanup duty. Follow protocol for disposing of bodies, seeing that they do not reanimate.
Indeed, sir. We'll space them.
Right. The other 3 can stay here with me.
Very well, sir. I'll stay here with 2 of my best men for your own personal security detail, and he assigns the other 3, tells them that they're to go basically starting from here to remove and clean up bodies, etc. And they'll start working on that. The other 6 will form up with you, Sloane, ready to escort you.
Did I get the personnel information that I wanted?
You did. You got the personnel data. It all seems to match up. Science personnel and their families, and then of course the Marines that were detached as security.
Does it have like residential assignments to where I could figure out this girl's name?
Yeah, you do find her name. She is listed as Tiffany Malone. She is the adopted daughter of Dr. Henry Malone and his wife Maria. Dr. Malone was the ship's surgeon and the head of medical personnel. They had a small medical team, only half a dozen.
And the other children that are listed in the personnel files, are they all, like, their families listed? And
Yeah.
all that other...
Yes, they are. Various scientists and science personnel.
Any other ones?
None of the knights had families on board.
Any of the other scientists' children adopted?
No.
Okay.
Just him.
All right, and that I will, you know, be like, come in with me now, Tiffany, and we'll go with the knights.
Okay. And start making your own way down to security or to engineering.
Right.
Okay. Back in engineering. So you get down there, you find it's again, of course, you know, there are quite a few bodies around, a half a dozen bodies in the engineering chamber. They all seem to have died of, you know, violence. A couple from blunt trauma, mostly though from slashing wounds. You know, you'll find a couple of blades around with blood on them, and on the main control panel for the engine core itself, for access to engine readings and primary control of the core, you do see it scrawled in blood, and you can still see the body kind of slumped over the console. It says, "Death is escape." There is a storage compartment, or storage, I should say, storage bay attached to engineering, where you'll find your exosuits. You would also find several spacewalking suits essentially there as well. If you wish to go straight for that, Dr. Brent, it's up to you though. Would you arrive here with Lexi?
Yeah, I'll leave Alexi to his work. Once I find the exosuits, and I'll find one appropriate for myself and like gear up, familiarize myself with it, and if I'm able to, use it to grab what materials I think I might need to reconstruct the medbay in my own image.
I'd
Absolutely.
grab a suit as well. I haven't been wearing one since quite early on. Me and the doctor went to one of the rooms where the girl was, but I took off my exosuit then, so I'm going to grab one and put it on.
Okay, no problem. So you suit up and you get your exo, basically your power suit running, Doctor.
Yeah, I'll grab like battery cells, welding tools, like a computer, things like that, and begin like I'll put them on like a carry. What would it be? Like a trolley, like a hover trolley or something. And yeah, unless Alexi races me, I'll just go to my work and leave and head back to the med bay.
Did you change out your helmet? Sorry.
If I saw Alexi changing up into a new NG suit, I probably would do the same. It's a smart move.
Yeah, absolutely. Since your helmet was compromised. No problem. Okay. And then you make your way back to the med bay with your power sled?
Yep. Just Ian, how big is the Spectre crystal? Is it big enough for me to carry? And if so,
with the exosuit, you could carry it easily, yeah.
Excellent. I'll do that, but I won't take it back to it.
The crystal itself is about 8 feet tall. At its widest point, it's probably about 2 feet wide.
Okay, so pretty hefty. I'll gather all those pieces up on the Hov trolley too and take it to medbay and begin with the weld tool and constructing.
No problem. And what are you doing as he's making his way back to the med bay then, Alexi? You're in the engineering, you've got a nice fresh Enviro suit.
Yeah. I guess I would start running diagnostics down here and see what I can figure out about the place. Like I'm down here to try and get a picture of like how operational it all is, right?
Yeah, it looks like it's just a matter of powering it all up, but the engines are still operational. You know, they're probably running at about 85%, just from, you know, the exertion and the damage that was sustained from overpowering as it crashed into the hole. but it's nothing. It's not unstable. It's not at any risk of overpowering the core and causing a massive explosion or anything of that sort. It's all quite containable, quite controllable.
Sure. So then I'd basically set to getting it all to work again. Kind of trying to get a picture of how the place works first and get used to it. And then once I have an idea of what's what, basically start flipping switches, typing in codes and stuff, and get the place up and running.
Restore main power to all decks.
Yeah, I'm wary about putting on all the power if there might be like a hull breach or something. I don't want to like accidentally space an area. You know what I mean? Like,
No, there's no. Your earlier diagnosis showed there was no major hull breaches.
Right, yeah.
And powering it up wouldn't cause any problems with that anyway. They would have been spaced already even without power. So
then I will turn on power. Yeah.
Okay. So all the emergency lighting gets replaced by main lighting as all the rest of the ship kind of lights up as it was meant to be originally. So everything kind of gets washed in that almost kind of neon white light. So gone is the various environmental lights, that were, lighting the various departments and decks before. So you'll all notice that immediately as he does that. And so Doctor, as you're making your way back towards the med bay, you will, you're walking Sloan at the head of this security detail with Tiffany beside you, holding your hand, and you see a big exosuit walking down the hall in your direction.
Can I tell that it's Rent?
You can ask it to identify himself, or you could do a quick scan if you want with your you have an art tool.
Yep.
Yeah, you can do that.
Yep.
I won't make you roll for it. I'll just say you recognize it's Brent. He's in a power exosuit, pushing a grab sled.
All right. Dr. Kaizo, what are you doing out of engineering?
As ordered by the captain, heading to medbay for repairs. When I've finished, I'll run an examination on the survivor.
I believe that's not what Captain ordered you to do. I believe he said to gather equipment to treat her, not examine her.
To do one, I must the other. He says it shouldn't take long. I'll let you know when I need her. And then
well, next time I'll recommend that you actually follow orders instead of taking your interpretation on them. And continue down to engineering with the knights.
Okay. No problem. What will you do when you get to engineering? You'll find Alexei there at work. I mean, he's just restored main power. What would they find you doing when they walk in, Alexei? You've got main power running again. You've done your diagnostic. Are you still going to hang about, or are you preparing to leave?
Yeah, I think once I've got the power going, I would kind of wander around and see basically how it all works. But then I would continue looking at the information in my ARC tool and try and start memorizing some of it.
Okay. You go over the scientific data, no problem. Yeah. And then the door will open, and Sloan will walk in with the girl, and 6 Alzari knights behind her in their kind of power armor and enviro helmets. These guys are armed with big auto rifles, and they also have essentially long swords, power swords. Think of it like a vibroblade type thing.
I think Sloan would kind of tell them to keep a close eye and then walk over to Alexei and switch her comms to private and be like, what the fuck have you done?
What?
The data. What did you do with it?
I've seen this movie. And I've outlived my usefulness at this stage. I'm not making it back. That boyfriend of yours wants me dead.
That is ridiculous.
This way, I have the data and nobody else can get it, and I'm getting back safe.
Except we can't complete our mission without sending the data back. You'll be stalling us all, and the Sept will be angry with us all, Alexei. It's more than just your life at stake here.
But it is my life too.
And like Dorn wouldn't space you for not being useful anymore.
Okay.
Well, I mean, as long as you don't try to kill him.
I'm not trying to kill anybody.
Well, you're...
Give me a wisdom save, Kieran.
Oh, Jesus. Fuck! 8!
An 8. As you're looking at him and you're saying this, you're looking at his face and you just have a vision of your daughter. And for a moment, it's like you're looking at your daughter, but then no, you're looking at Alexei. And you feel Tiffany squeezing your hand on your right side.
This isn't the time and place for you to be pulling this selfish bullshit, Alexei.
The data is fine, and I have it, and I can share
We
it
need to send...
when we get back, and that is fine.
We need to...
Our mission is to get the
No.
Harbinger moving and get this thing moving, and if we do that, that's fine. And once that's in control, when I'm back home, I will reveal all the data to whoever wants it.
Our mission isn't to give them data when we get back, it's to give it to them now. It's like we're not allowed to wait.
Well, they're going to have to. They wait or they don't get it at all.
And how do you propose that we tell them that they're going to have to wait for the data? Do you think these knights are here by accident? She'll kind of like...
I mean, they can kill me, but then the data's gone.
I don't understand why you're being stubborn about this.
Because I'm fucking afraid, okay? I'm afraid of what's going on here. I'm afraid that someone or something is going to kill me, and this is valuable to accept, and so they'll keep me alive.
Give me another wisdom save there, Lloyd.
It's 7.
And you hear Malcolm's voice say to you, like they kept me alive, was my life valuable to them? Don't fall for it, Alexei, don't fall for it.
He'll have been like speaking to Sloane, and his eyes will just widen and stop talking.
It's like, we don't have the luxury of you just to think about yourself, Alexei. It's like, I need that data sent. Dorn needs that data sent.
I could give a fuck what Dorn wants.
Well, you're gonna have to, because I care. And he's got a little girl at home that fucking the Sept. They can't... We don't have a choice here.
I disagree. I think we've always got a choice.
I'm asking you to give it over because the other option is that the knights will get it from you.
They won't.
I prefer if you would do it. Just give it over for me. For me, you didn't listen before. Can you listen this time?
You get a private ping on your whisper link, Sloane. It's one of the knights. He says, Ma'am, is everything okay?
And I'll like kind of reply to him on be like, I'm dealing with a private matter with our engineer. Everything's fine.
If you need us, just shout.
Acknowledged. She'll kind of like look at Alexi.
I mean, you can tell that he's not well, you know, that he's like deranged to some extent. And he thinks that this is like a master plan that will keep him alive and make him rich, maybe.
I won't let anything happen to you, Alexi. But we
You
need the data.
don't get to decide what happens to me. That's not how it works. I wish it was, but it's not.
Well, Dorn's not the danger.
Not to you.
But because of me, you wouldn't be a danger. Or he wouldn't be a danger to you because of me.
She's obviously quite distressed, you can tell, Alexi.
Yeah.
And again, you hear Malcolm's voice say, don't give up your ace in the hole. You know how it works.
And I'll say, yeah, you're right.
So you'll give the data over then?
No, not you.
Who are you talking to?
Malcolm.
Make a wisdom save, Sloan.
That's cool, Alexi. Natural 20.
Okay. Malcolm's dead.
Yeah, Malcolm's dead, and that's cruel for you to bring up his name like that.
I know he's dead. I was there.
You were fucking.
I can hear his voice.
This isn't the time or place for this kind of shit, Alexi. But we need the data.
You can't have it.
Ma'am, is everything okay? We're reading strange vital signs coming from you. You seem to be under a lot of stress. Do you need us to suppress the engineer?
No. It's fine.
Okay, back on the bridge. Dorn.
I imagine the two knights, lesser knights, non-sergeants, are like by the door.
Yep.
And I imagine the sergeant is like in my periphery, and he's sitting at like the helm of this grand ship, just like furrowed brow and like fingers steepled, and occasionally he'll like roll a hand or something over a screen, and it's just going empty, empty, empty as it goes through all these various folders or whatever of data.
Yeah, all the scientific data has been removed.
And then like he realizes the power's come back on, and that he hasn't been reported to by Ilyich. And like his hand might like hover over like the call button, and then like his mind's going to reporting this incident and getting orders from above about how to deal with it, but then like the insecurity of the fact that this happened on his watch. And then like I think on like a little, like on a little private vid link or something on his arm, there's just like the last vid link he was sent of Alora by the Sept, and how she's, and he like, that's still just playing on like a loop of her being like roughly 8 years old and him having not seen her in the flesh since she was 4. And the echo of their promise that he would see her again when this mission is successful. and he's kind of just brooding. Is there surveillance on this ship?
Yeah,
Like,
you
can I
can.
see into
can-
engineering?
Yeah, you can get video feeds to any area, and you can also get basically a readout of where people are located on the ship. You can
Okay.
even pinpoint into people's specific biodata to know who is where.
So
But
oh,
you're getting a flash on the comms now. There's another communication coming in from Orchestra HQ,
right.
private channel.
On one of the screens, I think the security feed of these two arguing in silence is just playing like in the corner of his vision.
Okay.
And then, yeah, maybe he's like hovering over the call button, and then a call like comes through, and he'll sort of jolt back again from his brooding and press it.
It's Commander Hasri.
Commander,
Captain Graydon, where's that scientific data? What's taking so long?
the data is or has been somewhat compromised. We are currently undergoing recovery efforts before our
Explain.
transferal. And it takes like a long breath.
Captain, I don't think I need to remind you of what's at stake here.
The engineer deployed with us has alternative ideas to the acknowledgement and well, the acknowledgement of protocol and his superiors and the sept. We are currently trying to recover it from him.
Captain, I don't have to tell you that you're responsible for the actions of the members of your team during this mission. If anybody on your team compromises the mission, then you are responsible with dealing with them.
I already have a plan in place. We are seeing if it will bear fruit. If not, there is other plans, other methods.
And he pushes a button on his console on his side, and his feed disappears, and you're receiving another feed. And you see your daughter.
Elora.
No, not Elora. I don't
Oh,
think it's Elora. Elora is the one that's being held, right?
yes. The other one is Amelia.
You see Amelia.
In like the crash.
Well, she's in a pretty dark room. The only thing lighting her face seems to be the light coming from the vid screen. And Amelia is what, 3?
Yeah.
She says, Daddy?
He like jolts up from the chair and gets as close to the screen as he possibly can, basically.
Daddy, when are you coming home? I don't like it here. It's cold and it's dark, and they made me eat NutriPaste.
Like his eyes close and there's just really heavy breathing. Daddy's coming home. We won't be much longer.
Hurry, Daddy, please. They won't let me play with any toys or anything. There's men outside the door. They won't let me leave, and then it clicks off and the feed ends. And I think we'll take a break there. If anybody needs to get some refreshments, use the restroom.
So I can exhale.
Finally, oh my god.
And we'll resume in a few minutes. I'm going to use the restroom and make a coffee.
I'm gonna go incinerate this ciggy. I'll be back.
He says all calmly, I'm just gonna go get a coffee.
I'm back.
You're the first one.
I'm back too.
Whew, man.
Man, oh man. Oh man.
Right, I'm back.
Yo.
How we doing?
Good to finally exhale.
Okay,
Dan is back.
I've been here the entire
Oh,
time.
okay. Gotcha.
Man, stealing that data seemed like such a good plan at the time.
I mean, like you said, you've seen this movie before.
Right.
It's an interesting. Yeah, I could see what your justification for doing that, and he's not in an entirely sane mind. But
Yeah. Like, you know, there are movies and stuff in this setting and stuff, and I just feel like he's heard this story, but like they bring a scientist
Sure.
along, and once he's outlived his usefulness, they're like, okay, here's something to requirement.
Yeah, well, he has no love for authority, and I'm sure he
Absolutely.
doesn't trust the stuff either. So, excuse me.
some of us don't have the luxury.
Yeah. And this is stolen wholesale from Black Sails, where
Yeah.
Morgan Silver memorizes the map.
Nice. Okay, that's Corinne back. So, Nicholas, are you back? Okay, we'll wait for Nico still. You okay?
Yo, yeah, no.
And he goes, oh, he's back. He just typed back, I think. Yeah.
Man, Nick, that overlay is just wicked.
So good. Oh my god.
Yeah.
Yeah, usually not my forte, but this one's eerie.
Oh, that's cool. I dig it.
No, you're
Okay.
gonna have to make a video and do a lesson on this.
So, Nick, you were you took the exosuit. Did you go straight to the med bay, or did you stop by somewhere else on your way there?
No, went to the med bay and I've been like putting stuff together and realized I've forgotten one thing, and so made my way back towards the engine room.
Towards the engine room or towards Spectre housing?
No, wherever Alexi is, like there was
Okay.
supplies and stuff there, yeah, that I'd been gathering on the grav sled.
Cool.
But I just need the one thing, so I'll
Make
leave
your way
the
back
grav
there.
sled back in med bay.
Okay, so you leave the grav sled there, and you start making your way back towards engineering. I guess we'll go back to the captain for a moment then. What are you doing after that transmission?
So does it cut from Amelia to nothing? Like he doesn't come back?
Like he doesn't come back. The call's ended. Deadline.
I think he'd stew for a moment and then get up pretty violently, like pushing the chair back, or if it's or like away, pushing it away. Sergeant, your ship override codes.
Ship override codes.
You know, like I did for our NG ship and talked to the Spectre about locking it down. He is taking charge. I presume a captain can commandeer a sergeant's vessel.
Okay. Yep. Well,
Sorry.
No, go ahead.
So I was just going to go Sergeant ship override codes, and then use those to access their Shepherd, and then change the override codes to my own.
Oh no, sorry. We don't have a ship. We were dropped off here.
Oh, so they were dropped off like directly at the airlock?
No, they were already aboard Harbinger. They were dropped off on Harbinger.
And they've made their way from Harbinger to here?
Yeah, you're
Right.
inside Harbinger, essentially. So
part of the ship, yes. Okay, fair enough. So they've walked along the outside and got in.
You say, we have to call in for extraction when it's time to leave, but no, we've been detailed here until we receive further orders.
Okay, in that case, if he's still got control of the only way on and off this ship, then that's satisfying. He eyes all of them, and then goes with me, and then storms off towards engineering.
The sergeant will say, "Sir, do you wish to leave the bridge unmanned?"
He's swearing to himself. He wants to go and sort everything out personally, because anything he doesn't go and see to gets fucked up.
I don't mean to question your order, sir, but just by standard safety protocol, somebody should stay on the bridge. I don't mind if leaving one of the men, or I'll stay here myself if you prefer.
No one stays alone. I will wait. And he sits down in the other chair or something.
And he looks visibly uncomfortable because he's obviously quite nervous about questioning your order, but at the same time he doesn't want to risk the entire mission.
I think he's going to wait impatiently for the next 5 or 10 minutes or something till someone checks in.
Okay.
And he's going to just fall back into repeating that thing again and again in his mind, and him getting more and more angry every time it loops.
It's cold and dark. Okay. In the engineering room, basked in it's almost got like a pinkish tint to it, I suppose, with the red lights from the engine controls and the white lights that have now been restored from main power. But so back to Sloan and Alexei. Sloan, give me a perception check, actually, real quick. Alexei, you can too, in fact.
Perception. 12.
Rolled a 19, so 19.
19 is good enough. Sloan, you don't notice, but Alexei, you probably noticed that the 6 knights standing near the only entrance and exit from the engine room, they're holding their rifles, their auto rifles, at a kind of semi-ready position. They're no longer at ease.
Okay. I'll say to Sloan, these men are going to try to kill me or to beat me until I tell them what I know. Do you want that to happen?
No. Why do you think I've been trying to convince you to give Dorn the data?
That's I can't do that.
That's what... Can you at least come up to the bridge and talk to him about it, like reasonable men? I'm sure if you understood, you wouldn't do this.
I can't do that, son. I have to go.
Okay. I think at that she would put her hand up to, her helmet to kind of click over to a private comm with Dorn, and
I run.
Huh?
I run.
Run where?
Oh shit!
deeper into the engineering.
Okay, so he takes off running, and the men immediately step forward up to you, Sloan. Should we pursue?
Yes, don't hurt him. Subdue. And she's kind of got like tears in her eyes, and
They go
like,
charging past you.
I stay there with Tiffany. But I'm gonna call Dorn.
Okay.
I'm trying to run for like a door or something like that I can program to close behind me.
Let me think here.
Well,
In the engine. What you could do is you could try to get a maintenance hatch, essentially.
Yep.
And you
how
could
far
try
away
to
is?
you could try to climb down into a maintenance hatch and seal it shut behind you with your arc tool, perhaps.
That's what I'll try and do.
How far away is Alexei from me right now?
Right now, let's see, probably 50 feet or so, and increasing.
50 and increasing. I'm gonna chase after. No, I can't, Tiffany.
I think I'd arrive at this time.
Fuck.
Sure. The door
Okay.
opens. You see the doctor walking in his exosuit.
God damn it! I can't chase after Alexei. No. Fuck.
I'll walk up
Sloan
to.
is standing there in a state of distress, apparently not knowing what to do.
What's wrong? I'll walk closer.
Is compromise the mission.
He'll look about. He'll go in closer to Sloane. Stick the syringe of anesthetic in her neck.
Oh shit!
Give me a Constitution save, Sloan.
Through the suit.
Oh shit!
Does he need to roll to hit that, or am I completely unprepared for it?
Make perception or
Let's
something.
see. But yeah, give me a perception check.
Okay, that's a modified 20.
Okay, so I'll make it to hit. We'll go ahead and roll to hit.
I suppose I have advantage since she's surprised.
Yes.
If I see it coming, do I see it coming at all? Can I?
You
use
see
my
it coming,
reaction?
but only after it's already coming. So what do you can do with your reaction? Of course you can.
It's a 17.
Twitch shield. Twitch shield. I've got a +4 to my AC as I
Which makes your
bring up
AC a what?
makes my AC a 17.
A what?
That's what I got.
Okay, yep, he hits you. Roll con save, please.
Fuck. I suppose I could have boosted it, but nope. That's an 8.
Okay. How powerful is that sedative, Doctor?
Enough to make a full-grown adult unconscious.
Okay. You fall to the ground. And the girl screams and tries to run past you for the door, Doctor.
Now, I'm not sure. Like, I'd probably get an opportunity of attack if she rushed past me,
Oh
right?
yeah, you
Can
would.
I hit her
Absolutely.
with exoskeleton to like hit her around the head to knock her unconscious as well.
Sure, roll to hit.
Ugh, 9.
Oh, she dodges it because she's small and quick. And runs through the door.
I grab Sloane with one huge like robotic fist and then like pursue the child.
Yeah, it's like a big clamp arm, basically, like a vice type thing, almost. I think.
So I'm like getting carried like King Kong style by an exosuit right now, or
Mhm.
something.
Yeah, yep. And you go
Awesome.
after the girl? You going after the girl then, Doctor? Yeah, following
Yeah, that's right.
Tiffany? Okay. You run and jumped out into this maintenance shaft. You pull the hatch, jumped out in, pull it closed behind you. Give me an arc tool roll there, Lloyd, to seal it.
19.
Okay. So you basically do a quick weld job on it to like weld it shut, and you're in this little like crawl space area underneath the engines.
Yeah. Is the suit going to slow me down in here?
It'd make it more difficult. Yeah, you might want to take off the helmet.
I mean, I guess I would know by looking. Like, it's not going to be toxic or anything down here, or like, there's still an atmosphere and stuff in here, right?
Yeah.
Okay, then I'll leave the huge bulky exosuit like basically in the way of the crawl space, and then I'll climb out of it.
Now you have schematics. So which direction are you heading? Where are you headed to?
Back towards our ship.
Back towards the Shepherd.
Yes.
Okay, you won't be able to access that without an envirosuit.
Oh yeah, that's true. Okay, towards the bridge.
Okay, just checking because you'd have to get to the outer hull.
I'm
Okay.
gonna be like, as I go as well. Occasionally, like I'll see, steam vents and stuff. I will like slice those behind me with the arc tool, so there's like hot steam and stuff, and like try and make it as difficult for anyone to follow me as
Excellent.
possible.
Sabotaging the route as you go along. Yeah, very good.
Am I able to act, saying that I had a visual on the room?
Yes.
Right.
So you saw him run. You saw the knights run up to Sloan and then run right after him. You saw the doctor walk into the room and go up to her and stick her in the side of the neck with something, and she falls to the ground. The little girl runs off towards the hallway, heading back up towards the front of the ship. And the doctor picks her up and starts to pursue the little girl.
And you said I could cycle in onto any individual biosigns wherever they are in the ship from here.
Yes, you can. You can trace them.
Right. So do I see that he's entered this crawl space that is impractical for knights to chase him?
Yes.
Right. I, furious, turn to the sergeant. Order your men rescue the Mansa, shoot to kill the doctor. And then I put through on like the ship-wide things. I'm curious, he's in a crawl space in some engineer thing. Can I vent the air from that space?
Let me see. What you could do, you could try to lock him down in an area.
Yep.
And shut off life support to that area.
Right.
Or you could try to wait. Now it would be trickier. It'd be a little bit more complex. But you could wait until he's in a vulnerable area where you could try to lock him in there and then actually space him from there. But that would require more precision and
no,
more of a roll.
I want to make so he's in one area of these vents, and there are areas that he can get out to, other vents or other rooms.
Yeah, he can access, using the crawl spaces, he can access nearly anywhere. He can even access the main air vents and probably get access to just about any part of the ship if he knows where he's going.
But it takes him time to get to those places. So
of course, he's in crawl space. So
calculate some sort of buffer zone around that area, including all vacant areas around the crawl space and all immediate access spaces, and just vent the entire area. Not him. I don't want him vented out into space. I want to vent all the oxygen out.
Okay.
And lock down every single door in between him and wherever he wants to go as best I can.
Give me a tech roll.
Do I get advantage because the ship is on my side? Because I'm at the helm, not an arc tool, or I have all this technology at my disposal.
Yeah, you're on the main command deck, so go ahead and roll with advantage.
That is a non-natural 20.
Okay, so as you're crawling through this crawl space, Lloyd, sorry, what's your name for a second? Alexi, you see the crawl space have you get closed off as a door locks into place. So you hear a similar sound happening behind you as well, Alexi.
Yeah, thunk, 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 thunk. And then if I can broadcast into that space or as near as I can, muffled, I just go.
You can contact him on his personal whisper link.
I don't think he would accept the call, which is why I want to broadcast towards him.
Sure.
I gave you every chance.
Okay, yep. You hear the voice coming through. There'd be an emergency communication panel in the crawl space, I imagine. So yeah.
I think there's just me saying those kind of similar sentiments over and over into that area of the ship. I gave you every chance. And now what you've done, you've hurt her. You've hurt everyone dear to me. And it's just those kind of sentiments.
I'll try to contact you via whisper link.
You get anything on your whisper link?
He holds it for, I don't know, 30 seconds, a very long 30 seconds. Speak.
If you kill me, the data dies also.
How?
I have encrypted it upon my ARC tool and have set fail-safes in place that if the password is entered even slightly incorrectly, the ARC tool will explode.
Your
It's set
oxygen.
7 years worth of data.
Data that they would not want on the black market or wherever you wish to sell it to.
I'll bring it back to the Sept if you let me go home.
I'm not sure you're in a place to negotiate. Your oxygen is leaving the room, and your doctor friend has currently accosted with Sloan.
What?
That's right. Your collusion has cost her her safety, potentially her life.
Well, that wasn't my intention.
That man has a confidential file. He's obviously done something much worse than me, that you chose me to be your enemy, someone who cares dearly for the one that you used to care for, but you have always made me the enemy. Intention or not, you have endangered her.
You can kind of see he's like already breathing, kind of like.
You can stay in that crawl space and you can die for all I care. Or you can give me what I want. Perhaps together we can get Sloan back, or perhaps the Knights will deal with your doctor. But I don't feel that Sloan is going to make that out that uninjured.
Let me out. I'll give you the data.
I think you can transfer it from there, can't you? You've got a comm point.
And then you won't let me out.
You have my word I will let you out, and I will have you return. He's sort of slowing the oxygen so it's not leaking out quite as much. I imagine there's some sort of dial percentage thing.
Sure. You can stop the,
I
the
think
vacuuming.
I think under different circumstances you might not have thought me such a bad commander. Friend even.
Maybe. Probably not.
Probably not. I expect the data.
Let me out and I'll give it to you.
How about a gesture of goodwill? You send some of it.
All right.
How much of it is worth your life?
Actually, you know what? Fuck you.
Very well. And he just goes oxygen 0.
Okay, back in the corridor. Doctor, you're trying to follow the girl, but obviously this exosuit is much slower. And you hear over your comm link, your whisper link, "Halt!" And it's the voice of one of the knights. "Doctor, stop or we'll shoot!"
You muted yourself.
Are you muted or are you intentionally being silent?
Sorry, I didn't realize I was muted.
No, I just didn't know if you were just blanking him.
I'll keep hulking after the girl, like ripping at Maddle, like busting through doors or walls or whatever to get at her. But if the knights stand in my way, I'll spend a few moments to like pulverize them with my exoskeletal hands. Otherwise, I'll ignore them and to keep trudging.
Okay, well, they are not closed in on you yet, but they are going to open fire at you from down the hall. So, let me just check here. Now, the problem is, if I roll poorly, there's a chance that they might actually hit Sloan as well. Okay, auto gun. There it is. Okay. So let's see here. There are 6 of them. I'm going to say with positioning, 4 of them can fire on you. in the corridor. Okay. You feel a couple of bullets hit the exosuit, and from behind. It's not powerful enough to actually propel you in any way, but you can definitely feel the suit taking damage as 2 bullets strike it from behind. You hear air leaking now from your suit.
I'm going to grab those 2 bottles of surgical alcohol I pilfered and cast them behind me and turn around with a quick burst from one of the apparati on the suit, ignite it. So it's just
Okay.
behind me. And
a
then
big complication in the hallway behind you, cutting you off from the knights. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, so you start a fire in the corridor. Dorm, your communications, you get a comm coming in from the knights. Say, sir, he's cut us off. He started a fire in the corridor. Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, cool. Sorry, didn't know if anybody was responding. That's coming to you, Captain. We can't pursue. Dan?
Sorry, I thought you were. Can you tell me the situation again?
Yeah, they're contacting you. The knights to say he's cut us off. He started a fire in the corridor. We can no longer pursue.
Sergeant, take your men from the cleanup duty and cut him off. Can I command the ship? Do I have to be in the helm to command all these different functions of the ship? I can't do it remotely, right?
No, you need to do it from the bridge.
Captain, Sergeant, take yourself and your men as well. Recover that Mansa alive. And then when they leave, the door slams shut. And then can I work like a remote fire suppression system to try and help them?
You can. Go ahead and give me a tech roll.
Shell. 12.
12? Yeah, the fire suppression kicks in. It doesn't put the fire out right away, but the fire suppression is activated.
I will also command, I don't know, link to their links or something, maps of the ship, so they might be able to navigate around the fire, but, I'm doing my best.
Getting information.
In here.
No problem.
With the oxygen dropped to 0, and I'm not, I'm a fairly clever guy. I was wondering, is there a point where I could knock him till he's unconscious, and then we could recover him later, maybe with severe brain damage, and maybe the HQ could do something about that?
Yeah.
I definitely could.
I'm going to let you make another tech roll for me, and this time it's going to be... Well, actually, give me a medicine roll.
Okay, I am not great at those, but yeah. I rolled a 17. That's a 19.
Yeah, sure. You think you can get the right level to just knock him out, and you can read it. You can read his vitals and see if he's still alive.
Yeah, I'd like to knock him out so he'd be out for a while. And I'm not going anywhere, so I'd like alerts on him. If he starts coming to, I'll just lower it and just toy with him, basically.
Okay. Yep.
To keep him unconscious.
Try and cook for water or something in my last moments. I don't think it'll help, but that's what he would be doing. Just trying to weld his way through a wall or whatever.
Yeah, you certainly can. Go ahead and roll your art tool.
Say 13 plus 9.
13 plus 9, 22?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, okay. Now give me a con save to see if you make it all the way through before you go unconscious.
It's 13.
13? You start to cut through, but you lose consciousness before you make it all the way through the wall.
Yeah, so I'm just trying to monitor all these situations at once from a distance, both the fight and his vitals.
So back to Dr. Vrent, you're giving pursuit to the girl, and you see three of the three of the knights coming around the corner with auto guns raised. Coming around the corner right up ahead of you down this corridor.
I'll
What would you like
use
to do?
Sloane as a shield and continue pursuing the girl because I know they won't shoot because I know the captain won't let him because I know he's compromised.
Mm-hmm. Okay, you're gonna have to go through them to get to the girl. So you're holding her up in front of you. You're walking towards them. What will you do when you get
Running.
to them? Running towards them? Yeah, as fast as you can run in this exercise. What will you do when you reach them?
But if the girl is between me and them, I'll barge through them like she's my primary concern.
Yeah, they're between you and her. So, okay, go ahead and
Try and rush through them like a rugby player made of robot.
sure.
The
Go ahead and
knights
roll.
behind are chasing again, right?
Not yet. They're waiting for the fire to go out,
Okay.
and they're looking at rerouting opportunities. But give me an attack roll, Nick.
Would I get any bonuses from this exoskeleton as far as to hit and or damage goes?
Damage, definitely. Yeah.
Okay.
This is more like an aptitude kind of thing.
Yeah, it's 8.
An 8.
All up.
Okay, yeah, you smash right through one of the guys. The other two kind of sidestep you as you go by.
Then I'll use the electro arm to like put Sloane over the back of me to hold her as a shield at my back as I keep running after the child.
Okay.
Don't suppose all this jostling and rugbiness would wake up a heavily drugged
You're not asleep.
Fuck.
Yeah. You're just immobilized, basically. Yeah, paralyzed, essentially.
Oh.
Is that right? Did I get that right? I have to go back to my notes.
Unconscious, 8 hours.
Right.
Oh, unconscious. Okay, so I'm not aware of what's going on?
No.
Slightly better than paralyzed.
Sorry, I had to go back to my notes. My phone's acting weird. So, yeah, you put her up behind you, and they continue to pursue, but they don't open fire yet because they don't want to take the chance of shooting her.
I'm going to start dropping those sentries that the Machinist has to. They're shite, but I'm just going to use them to slow them down.
Okay, cool. Yeah, you have what, 3 of them, or?
I think so. I think I can just keep crafting them, but let's say 3. That's good. I'll drop at least 1, but if it does no effect, I'll drop another.
Yeah. You drop like 1 around, essentially.
Can I
as you're making it?
try and stop him some way? I know I'm doing my own thing, but just I would like to, if I get an opportunity to try stop him, I have an idea.
Yeah, I'll come up with something for you in a moment.
Okay.
So the girl has run back into the residential wing. So you pursue down that way, Nick, and the guards have now fallen behind you a ways because they're dealing with your sentries.
Is there like a panel or some kind of object that I can rip off with the robot arm and like clutter the doorway with when I enter residential?
Are you just like a physical obstruction?
Yeah, just like rip something off and smash it in that
you
place.
Could, like tear one of the doors off or tear through a part of the wall, essentially. Yeah. Yeah,
something like that.
Go ahead and give me a D20 plus 5.
Okay.
Oh, and plus whatever. Wait, let's see. Do you have proficiency?
I do, but I don't have any pluses, so it's just a 3.
Okay.
So 5 plus 3 is 8 plus 11 is 19.
Okay. Yep. Yeah. So you tear through a big part of one of the doors and one of the apartment walls there, and kind of smash it down behind you to kind of block the corridor a bit behind you. At least it'll slow them down when they do catch up. And you can see room 37 up ahead where the girl is taking cover. Now, at this time, Captain, you see that he is in the hallway. The girl is in room 37. You know the knights, they've just disposed of his sentries and they're pursuing again, and the other knights are coming around as well. They'll be on his position in less than a minute. What would you like to do, Dan, on the bridge?
Firstly, I want to ask, this equipment, like how high tech is it? Is it actually linked in with the rest of the ship like everything else? Can it be hacked remotely, like from a Spectre or...
Which equipment specifically?
The suit that he's operating, or is it like purely pneumatic?
No, that would require like some kind of a hacking essentially to get into it, and yeah, you couldn't do it remotely from this far. You'd have to be closer.
Right.
You could maybe try to compromise it with an arc tool if you were within a certain range, but
sure. I don't. I don't know what I could say to the doctor that would change his mind. He's already gone loony, completely loony. So I'm not sure what I can do beyond that. That was just my question.
You can try to lock down the door to room 37 that the girl is in. You can shut down power to the area. You can shut off life support. You could try to decompress the area maybe. And
I figured residential would be quite secured from that kind of thing.
Some ideas on how to escape him too?
No. Well, I'd already thought about like evacuating the oxygen, but I imagine there would be fail safes past that for like the residential, and also I don't want to.
I was just going to say the only problem is, of course, you'd be endangering Sloan.
Yeah, and I thought about closing doors, and it might delay him a little bit, but he is in a giant suit, so.
Yeah.
I mean, I could do that, but I think it'd be ineffectual. I might as well do that for effect, but I don't think I can reason with him.
So as you approach the door 37, you see the panel go red.
I'll punch through it and rip the door out.
No problem. You smash right through the door.
Does he accidentally harm the girl in doing that?
No, she's under the bed.
Okay.
So you smash through the door. You've got your own device. You can tell, you can read the life sign. She's under the bed. Her dead mother's still lying in the bed because this room hasn't been cleaned up yet. What would you like to do next, Nick?
Flip the bed, grab her, and move out.
And are you heading then right towards the med bay or left again back towards the main hall?
To the med bay.
Okay.
I'm basically closing every door, like to try and delay him, but it's like probably only insignificant.
Yeah. So the next door that he'll come across will be the door to the med bay itself.
Yeah, I'll rip it off and then I'll program the suit to defend the med bay. Take the two patients, put them down on the bed, surrounded by the corpses. Lock the door behind me. Place out the crystal. Set up a system and get to work. I've got a tech plus 10, so I'm going to go ahead and roll that.
Now, as you're doing that, Nick, you have a flashback. You're sitting at a desk. There's a Alzarene high command officer on the other side of the desk wearing a suit. And he says to you, we're very sorry to hear about the passing of your son, but we're very interested in this method you've used to preserve his mind and spirit. We have a proposition for you.
He looks up with his new red cybernized eye.
We are willing to provide you with a state-of-the-art vessel to house your son's spirit and mind in. Much better than that androgynous thing that you call a lab assistant. Much more lifelike. But you'll have to do something for us. We want you to head up a new project for our Navy. Are you interested?
There's just like a as the eye looks between them, like reading out information and sensors.
He slides a folder across the table to you, and on the front of it just says Angel.
And pus and tear begins to well up in the corner of his red eye. He wipes at it like clinically and nods.
As you open it up, you see diagrams, you see these specter crystals, and essentially the program is, of course, it's highly classified, and that's marked right at the very front, but the program involves the what do we call it? The abduction of children to use in a new project to create the multitude of specters, new specters that will be needed for the new ships being built for the Alzarene Navy. They want to use your methods that you've used to preserve your son's mind and spirit to help create new specters, basically using children because their minds are much more malleable than a fully grown adult mind to basically populate these crystals and to to inhabit the ships. What do you say, Doctor? Are you on board?
His red eye scans the documents and takes in the information while his right eye listens to the man's voice. When he sees what they are offering in return, he nods and accepts.
Very good. If you'll come with me, I'll take you down to our cybernetics division and show you the new androids that we've created. I think you'll find them quite lifelike.
He rises and runs his index finger and thumb on each side down the collar and inlay of his jacket and follows the man.
And then you're back here in the lab. So go ahead and tell me what you're doing with your patients and this crystal.
If he's going to start cutting on her, Dawn's going to get more desperate, or before he starts cutting on her. So
yeah, you have visual on what he's doing so far. So go ahead and describe it to me, Nick.
I'll place out the crystals on the analysis screen and have power being redirected through that, through the fragments as they're arrayed in a semi kind of circular fashion. On the table on either side of that, I'll have Sloane unconscious, but with arms raised up with the tubes and stuff you mentioned earlier, in her mouth and nose.
Okay.
They'll be trying to fuse her Mansa, her powers of Astra, back through the Spectre and the child's life essence.
Go ahead and give me a tech roll for the crystal.
19 on the die, so 29.
Nice. It's all going quite well. So you see all this happening, Captain.
Right. So you just said there's a tube, for instance, in her mouth feeding her oxygen.
Yeah. So he's removed her envirosuit, laid her down, and fed a tube into her mouth.
But she's been fed oxygen from a different source, so she's no longer breathing the same air that he breathes. So then I can drop it to 0 in that room.
But I've got an NG suit, so it doesn't matter. I can breathe inside my own suit.
Mm-hmm.
But I'll have one of the corpses, one of the many that you mentioned, I'll drag them up and begin trying to use Tiffany's life essence and the power of the Spectre crystal, using the Mansa's powers to reanimate my son. And I'll put his data chip from the necklace around my neck into the med panel as these processes are going on. My red eye flitting between several screens and my other between the others, while my hand on either side begins typing and manipulating these panels at inhuman speed.
You didn't take any damage to that suit from all the guys shooting at you.
It's out the front guarding me. I'm not in the suit anymore.
But you said you had the NG suit. What is this entirely enclosed? The thing he was in before?
Yeah, I said to Ian I grabbed an NG suit and an exoskeleton suit.
Yeah, but the exoskeleton, is that an entirely closed suit?
Think of the exoskeleton suit kind of as the loaders and stuff you'd have seen aliens and stuff like that.
Right.
And the envirosuit is form-fitting, except for the helmet, of course, that kind of bubbles up around the head.
So you'd see blue Astra shooting out of Sloane, like Jean Grey, through the forged crystal. Tiffany's body convulsing in agony as her life essence is drained away, fusing through the crystal and into my reanimated son.
And you would hear noises at the barricaded doorway as the knights are beginning to try to break their way through.
This doesn't burn through whatever drug Sloane's under. I get nothing for this.
I will give you because you're drugged, I'll give you a Constitution save at disadvantage.
Oh, fuck. Roll well, my dice. Roll well. Nope. It's a 10.
You're having some really horrible dreams.
They're probably kind of familiar.
Yeah. Do you want to describe them?
It's probably not the first time some septalzarine scientist in a big, large lab coat has had Sloane strapped into, and but she's was probably much closer to Tiffany's age at that time, so the pain is familiar, and it's she's back there, and there's probably like bits of yellow Astra like sparking through as like her magic is trying to help her escape, but she can't focus enough to slip.
Nick, give me a wisdom save, please.
14.
14? Okay, give me a charisma save as well, please.
Ooh. 16.
16, not too bad. Okay. You have another flashback. You're working in the lab, and your assistant is there with you. It's your son's spirit and mind inside of the body of this very lifelike android. He's been engineered to look as much like your son as possible, like a grown-up version of your son. How old was your son?
10.
Okay. So he's kind of designed to look like an adult version of your son. And you're, again, you have these children laid out on these tables with the tubes plugged up to them and the crystals behind them. 3 of the children are already dead. You're moving on to the 4th one. And you plug her and you hit the switches and you're trying again. And you get so close, the crystal's glowing greener and greener and greener. But then just at the last second, it gives out and it fails. You move on to the next one. And your son says, "This is the last one the Sept has provided us. We may not get another chance at this for some time, Father."
He reaches out to hold it like it's the second most precious thing in the world to him, with like careful hands, as if it's like difficultly fragile.
She's very young, isn't she?
He nods grimly.
Says, "Are you sure we're doing the right thing here, Father?"
Yes, son.
Says here she's only 6 years old. Where's the Sept getting these kids from?
They are willing servants in the betterment of the Sept and us all. We owe them all of our effort and endeavor, son. We honor them, he says, looking. He's lying to the boy as much as himself, way too practiced.
Very well. He says it's all ready to go. Power it up. On your command.
Proceed, and he puts his hands back behind his back in the customary manner.
Hits the switch again. And the girl arcs, as before, straight up off the table. His head, hands, and feet actually touching the table as she twitches violently. When you see the crystal glowing and glowing brighter and brighter, this really sickly green color to it. And it seems to go on forever, but it probably only lasts 60 seconds max. And then her body drops to the ground, or drops to the table, I should say, lifeless completely. The readings for the table go completely flatline. No vitals, no brain activity. The crystal pulses and continues to pulse like a heartbeat. Green. Your son goes over and punches a few buttons on the pad on the wall beside the crystal. He says, Father, you've done it. It worked,
There's
Father.
blue light in his eyes, his whole human eyes.
He says, the Sept will be pleased. Surely they'll provide you with plenty more subjects after this.
A great many.
And then you flash forward, and you're in a room, a much larger lab this time. Your son's still there beside you in his cyber, his android body, and he's standing very full of emotion for an android. Looks very lifelike. He's smiling beside you with pride. And there are dozens of kids on tables, completely lifeless, with these pulsing green crystals behind them. And the commander from your vision earlier steps up beside you and says, well done, Doctor. We're very pleased with your success. We think we'll be able to replicate your work. Thank you for training the new scientists on this project. There's only one thing left to do. And he says, if you'll come with me.
He turns on his heel and puts his hand behind his back and follows the man.
And he takes you into a room, like an examination room, and gestures towards the table and says, Doctor, if you would lie down, please.
This is the first time in his flashbacks he seemed like uncomfortable. He stops. What? And looks to the man, from the man to the contents of the room. What is the meaning of this?
Lie down. And your son steps up and puts his hand on your shoulder. He says, it's okay, Father. It's for our own protection.
It's like the force of his persuasion and his hand, which kind of sees me to the table. And looking between the two, I'll reluctantly lie back and kind of make myself as if I'm trying to look comfortable to hide that I'm not.
And your son walks over and starts to straps around your arms and your legs. Don't worry, Father. It won't hurt. Nothing will hurt after this. And they bring a device down, like a helmet, and they place it over your head. And they attach electrodes to your forehead and to your face. They plug an IV unit into your arm. You see your own vitals popping up on the screen beside you. And the commander steps over again, and you see a man in a lab coat come in and stand beside your son and says, don't worry, Dr. Brent. We'll make sure your work is carried on. And we'll make sure that you always have your son with you. And he reaches up and places a hand on your son's shoulder, and you see your son go limp and fall to the ground. As the doctor then pulls out a hypo and puts it into your arm. And you're back here working on the unconscious, still Sloan Murphy, and the body of, or the form of, what's her name? Tiffany. Jesus, there are too many names in this game there. Probably, I imagine maybe a little bit of sweat on your brow as you're holding Oren's chip.
Yeah, it's shaking in my fingers. and like my brow is furrowed, and my good eye is kind of flitting as I like hover the chip over the little slot. You can see like the corpse of the boy already like beginning to like jolt and twitch. And there's like a moment of hesitation, as if he's misremembering something. And he drops
Now,
the chip in.
oh, sorry, go ahead.
That's it.
You drop the chip where?
Into the slip and like twist it like a key.
Okay.
I'm trying to transfer my son's code and memories into the corpse and reanimate it with the power of the Spectre, trading Tiffany's life for Oren's.
Indeed. And using the Mancer from Murphy, or sorry, the Astra from Murphy to power it, yeah?
Yep. The energy of the repowered Discovery.
Okay. Captain, you've been seeing what he's doing there. You see that the men are just moments from breaking through into the lab. You also, of course, have the life sign readings of Alexei. You see he's still alive, but apparently unconscious in that crawl space where you've left him.
Mm-hmm.
You see the perilous situation that your love is in.
I don't know. There's an awful lot he can do. He'd be working to try and get the door open as quickly as he can or distract the doctor in any way technologically, but he's too far away to do anything to help physically. And there's men under his command at the door.
Mm-hmm. You also see that the fire has gone out in the corridor and the other group of men are on their way to
Okay.
the, they're making their way there. They'll be there in a couple of minutes. So the men break through the barricade. Sorry,
Okay.
Go ahead.
No, if they're breaking through, that's fine.
They break through the barricade. I want you to give me a Astra check, please, Corinne. And I want you to give me another tech check, please, Nick. But this is going to be with disadvantage.
For me? Okay.
Yes, disadvantage because you're using a damaged crystal.
Okay. 25 is the lowest.
Wow.
Fuck me running.
How'd you do on your Astra check?
Tech.
Is 19 plus 7 for 26, so it's still
Nice. Very good. So many things happen at once. Tiffany's body contorts and then goes limp and falls to the ground. You are awakened, Murphy, as you feel the Astra being drained forcefully from your body. Now I'm going to need you to make, actually I haven't never used this chart, and I have used it once before. Where's that Astra chart in this playtest?
the Astra effects tables.
Yeah, I found it.
Okay. What tier
what is your fade total?
my current fade right now is 1. My limit is 4.
Okay. Roll a d20, please.
Do I do the 2 d20s because I'm got the
Yes.
Okay. 15 and a wait, is it a d? Oh, am I on the big nasty chart? Oh
Yeah.
God. 15 and a 6.
So I'll let you choose. Either Astra within you erupts in a blast of freezing pain, you take 3d8 cold damage and gain a paralyzed condition until the start of your next turn, or Astra deadens your reflexes and you permanently reduce your dexterity by 1.
Oh, geez. I'll take the dexterity.
Okay, so permanently reduce your dex by 1 as your reflexes are deadened.
Mm-hmm.
And mark your current Astra fade at 21, please.
Fuck me. Okay.
And then, as you're looking eagerly, Doctor, at the readings, that where the corpse, you have the corpse of the boy. There's about a 6-year-old boy. Oh, no, hold on, sorry. I apologize. No, he's like a 9-year-old boy you have plugged up to his stable. You see a blip. There's a heart rate. And there's brain activity. And as that happens, what's your armor class?
It is 10.
You get lit up by multiple auto guns. Let's see, there were 6 men there. Yeah, okay, cool. Okay. You take 21 points of damage
Ooh.
as you're struck by 5 out of 6 rounds from the auto guns, the auto, what are called, auto rifles or whatever. As you're being perforated with these bullets, they're punching through your suit. Your suit's completely compromised now. You no longer have, a seal. You see this all happening, Captain, on your screen.
I'm shouting at the sergeant to down the doctor, recover the.
Okay, you're repeating your orders, basically.
Yeah,
And,
recover the gun.
sorry, you'd like to roll initiative, Nick?
Would.
Okay. The other men are still about a minute away, Captain, from your readings. Just a minute. The other
Okay.
6. What'd you get, Nick, on your initiative? 14? Okay, the guys go first. Okay. I'm not rolling very well on damage dice, at least. Yeah, I rolled really shit on damage dice. You take 13 more points as you get hit 6 times. 6 more bullets punched through your suit.
Oh, I'm just like riddled, like blood spraying all over the panels. I like reel forward with my hands, like blood starts spilling out of my mouth. One of my eyes, my good eyes, like bloodshot. There's tears and like snot out my nose. I'm gasping for air. I'm going to smash a spheroid, and my red eye will command my turret to fire on. If there's like kind of a pipe that's supplying oxygen and gas, anything like that into the room, something like that can disorientate or like obstruct those
I would
soldiers.
like to.
Shoot into the
Do
midst.
I get? Oh, sorry.
Oh, yeah, you get to roll initiative too, Corinne. I'm sorry.
Because I didn't take the paralyzed one.
No, I'm sorry. My bad.
9.
Okay, yeah, so you'll go after him. So you're looking to what's your purpose here? What are you trying to shoot? You're trying to compromise
Something
the
that
oxygen
might
in the room?
explode or like spray on the soldiers, if not, then just into the midst of them. I'm going to also like consume a spheroid. If I can, with a tech. Actually, no. The primary thing I want to do is with a tech roll is redirect. If I can see the Mansa stirring, redirect some of the last vestiges of her astral power away from like the reanimated boy now to the multitude of corpses in the human abattoir.
Okay.
Can I also remind you that I have vented the oxygen from the room so no fires can occur, but also your suit is now perforated, so you should start suffocating.
You did vent the oxygen from this room?
Yeah, that's why I asked, and then I did it, and then you told me that the engineer suit had offered him protection, but the others were hooked up.
I didn't know that you had done that. Sorry.
Oh, okay. I just thought I'd remind you now because it's pertinent.
In that case, Sloan.
I mean, she's hooked up to a machine, a breathing machine, because I clarified with that.
Oh,
Yeah,
no,
you
you're right.
did.
She is. Yeah. Yes, you're right. She is. Okay. Right. So, give me a Constitution save first, Nick, as you're going to do all this.
Mm-hmm.
Because right, you would be fighting to maintain oxygen.
15.
15.
Is my
Yeah, you're still conscious. You remembered your emergency training. You expelled all the air from your lungs once the suit was perforated, so that your lungs would burst instantly. And you're trying to redirect the Astra from the machine into the corpse pile, yeah?
Yep, refracting through the reforged crystal to the corpses
This
in
is
the
going to
interface.
require 2 skill checks, essentially. I know it's 1 action, but there's going to be 2 skill checks involved. I need you to make a tech skill.
Okay, that can be the pink dice. It's a 29 all up.
And the Astra check.
Ooh, what's my Astra? Okay. It's a 10 as well. 28.
Wow. Fucking mad scientist Dr. Frankenstein here. So, what color is that Astra? Is that blue Astra? It
I
was
think
blue,
this would
right?
be Black Astra now. It was blue for the boy.
Right. So this Astra pours out and like just vents over, jets over essentially. You like freaking slash this massive hose and point it down and direct all this Astra, and you're channeling it with your own Astra abilities onto the corpse pile. You see that swirling around these bodies that are piled up in the corner. What are you doing on your initial? Oh, I'm sorry, you had a bonus action as well. Were you doing something with one of the spheroids you said?
That's right. And I'm not going to bother with the drone, like they're no good, but it's mainly more just to like hamper them just for those few moments that I need to get that stuff done.
Yeah, I think that requires a
I'm
full
very
action.
bloody,
though,
nearly
so.
dead. Oh, okay. In that case, yeah. Maybe just for effect, like in the background.
Sure.
Yeah, I'm very bloodied, nearly slain.
Okay. What did you do with the sphere? Did you take a healing or something from it?
Uh-huh.
Okay, cool.
I have 9 hit points now.
Okay, cool. Just wasn't sure if you rolled it or resolved it. And it's your turn then,
Okay.
Sloan. So you're awake. You're like you've just woken up from these horrible dreams, and now you've got this hose down your throat. You're tied down on this medical bed in the medical bay. Ooh, roll a wisdom save, please. No, fuck that. Let's go straight to charisma. Or charisma save. Yeah, because she has a phobia about being restrained.
18.
And,
Oh, of course. Fuck, I forgot about that.
18?
Unstable.
Yeah.
Okay, you don't go instantly mad, but you definitely realize the horror of your situation.
And I've kind of felt like, that, that drain on me.
Mm-hmm.
And so I would recognize how dangerous it would be to use my own, the thing that I really want to use right now. I can't because it might burn me up, right? So,
Well, yeah,
but,
you realize your fade situation for sure. But having said that, desperate times, it's up to you. But you're fully aware of the situation. You can see Tiffany lying dead on a bed beside you. You can see the corpse of a boy on another bed on the other side of her. That's looks like it's beginning to stir. You see the doctor who's like bleeding from multiple places and is being lit up still currently by the 6 knights who are just inside the door in their full exo and the virus suits.
But I'm strapped down,
Uh-huh.
so I have no choice. So,
And you've got a breathing tube run down your throat. It's probably really uncomfortable.
as trying not to gag on it, as a bonus action, I'm gonna have to void slip to get
Okay.
out of my restraints so that I can do anything else.
Okay, that requires
So
Astro,
that's
right?
Yep. So make my Astro fade 22.
So, don't you also, hold on, let me refresh my memory. Don't you have to make a roll to see if your desired effect happens or not when you go over fade?
No, it happens, but then you roll on the table.
Yes.
Okay,
And
cool.
your
No, I
Astro-
just couldn't, for some reason, I'm thinking of a different thing. I'm thinking, oh yeah, I'm thinking of Lamentations when you go over.
But there's always a possibility
Roll
that I could
2d20.
just die right now. Shit. Okay.
What'd you get?
A 4 and a 19. I'm gonna take the 4,
Okay.
which is corrode.
Power of Astro corrodes your equipment. One item you're holding, GM's choice immediately grades by 2 damage conditions. What equipment do you
So,
have
yeah.
on you, I suppose?
I have a retractable baton, a gun, and my Enviro suit. I think it would be fitting if my Enviro suit would
Of
just
course, yeah.
disintegrate as I void slip out of everything.
Absolutely.
And I'm going to teleport behind the Alzarine Knights
Okay.
with my with that void slip,
And then you still have your
so
full
that I'm
action.
behind them. My full action is going to be to hit the good doctor with an Astro Bolt.
Okay,
So
so
I
roll
can do
2d20
that.
again.
No, it's 0. It's a fade 0. My fade won't go up, so I don't have to roll. Right?
Hmm.
Isn't that how that works?
Because you get the Astros get like one proficiency thing, which is like super good for them, which costs no
Yeah,
food.
yeah, no, I understand that.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, okay, fine. No problem.
It's a as so like she teleports behind the knights and she's kind of like looking at the doctor and she's kind of shaking and she's just like, I'm not gonna, furious that this has fucking happened to her again when she was supposed to be safe, and she's gonna try and hit him with that bolt of energy with a 17 to hit.
That hits.
And then my D8 rolls off
Bolt of
everything.
red Astra.
I wish it was a higher damage die, because that was an 8.
Okay.
But that's all I can.
8 all up.
8 all
Okay.
up, because there's no modifiers.
1 hit point.
Next round. Nick, go ahead and give me. Let me see. What I should roll here.
Kill him, Sergeant! Kill him!
Roll me 10d2.
10d2.
Mm-hmm.
I
know
don't
it's a
even
weird
have a
request,
coin.
right?
I don't even have a d2.
Well,
or a d4. Hang
any
on a
die
second.
can be a d2, just divided by 2. Do
Okay.
you know what I mean? Or not divided by 2, but divided by half.
Okay. So 10 of these. Okay.
Oh, shit.
6,
Okay.
13 all up.
13 all up. Okay.
Mhm.
So the corpse pile begins to stir as the corpses begin to rise. And the knights go next. They open fire on the doctor. Oh, wow. One of them jams his gun. The chaos of the situation is obviously getting to the knights as only 3 of them manage to hit you for a total of 14 points of damage. So you get hit by 3 bullets.
Yeah, so I'm just like at the side of my son's panel as he's like reanimating in this foreign body. And as like this spark of life awakens in his eyes and they open once more. My mouth opens. Son. And then the blast pulverizes the side of my head and I drop to the ground in a spatter.
And you, for a moment, you remember there standing beside the bed as your son's body died, and you used the Astra that you had control over to try to preserve him. You were unable to preserve his body, but you were able to preserve his mind and spirit and lock it away into a small crystal chip. And you look at those eyes, and they're dead eyes. It's a dead body that's sitting up and looking at you, but at the same time, you see intelligence behind them. And you think you see your son smile at you as you pass out and expire, essentially. Now, Corinne, give me a Constitution save, please, because you are in a vacuumed area with no suit and no breathing tube.
Oh, fuck! Fucking forgot about that business.
Yeah.
What's 12. There's no modifiers for my constitution.
Okay, so you take, hold on, as your lungs rupture,
Oh, fuck.
you take, wow, I rolled really shitty. You take 6 points of damage as blood bursts out of your mouth and your eyes and your ears and your nose. I guess, let's see, this has been vacuumed, right? You sucked out the air. Oh, no, there's still gravity though, yeah? So yeah, the blood's
Yeah.
running. The blood's running.
I mean, with him dead, I'd put the oxygen back on and ask the sergeant to evacuate her to the nearest oxidized space.
Give me a tech roll.
17 again.
Yeah, no problem. And roll d3 for me.
Sure. 2.
Okay, 2 rounds. The room will be breathable again.
Are they have oxygen? Can
Yeah.
they have? Do they have oxygen
They
tanks
have
on them?
virus suits. They have virus suits on themselves. They can grab her and take her back down.
Do any of
into
them
an
have
area.
like an emergency?
Supply? Can they
Rebreather
share it with
mask?
her?
No.
Ugh.
They
Right.
could, if they wanted to, he could take off his own helmet and try to put it on you. But the amount of time it would take, it's better
Yeah.
for them just to grab you and run back down the corridor towards a safer area. As the corpses begin to stir, the boy climbs off of the table, and 13 corpses from the pile rise up.
I'm able to open the doors so they can get like where they're escaping to and close the doors behind them.
Yeah, you can do that as they run back down the hall.
Yeah.
Mhm. Yep, you can do that, no problem. Corinne, you are going to take another round of lung bursting damage though in the process. So that will be another 13 points of damage as you're hemorrhaging and your internal organs are, kind of, hemorrhaging, basically.
Yeah. That's what they do.
hmm And they get you back into the corridor. You run into the other 6 knights who are just arriving there, and you slam the door shut behind them from the bridge, Captain. And everybody takes a deep breath.
I would shut off like all of the
Except
doors.
maybe Corinne, who finds it hard to breathe.
Just
Shut all the doors off between us and the dead. Can I ask I can see the dead moving around and the child in there that doesn't need to breathe either.
Yeah, you still got to feed. You can see them moving.
Uh,
They're moving down the corridor towards the door that you've sealed. Slowly,
we
shambling. They're essentially zombies.
Sure. There are other paths that we can do to get off the ship, right? That we can take to get back to the airlock and get back to our own ship.
No, there's one major airlock that you can use to get to.
Yeah, I mean, like the corridors to get to that airlock. Is this the only corridor we can go through?
No, you don't have to go down that corridor at all. That corridor,
with all the death on, right?
No.
I like with like just full on professional commander harshness with like almost no regard for what the situation has happened. Like I can see that she is breathing. That Dawn can see that Sloane is okay ish from his feed.
well, she's covered in her own blood. She's still coughing up blood. You think she'll live. She's still got vital signs. She's fucked up and hurt.
There's not a medic along with the knights, I'm guessing.
No, you just killed the only doctor you had with you.
Yeah, thought so. Right, I ask for them to retreat to like the next like junction, and for her to be, like Sloane to be taken to me, and for a 3-man team, and I'm closing off all of the doors and stuff to hopefully give them protection, and a 3-man team to go and recover the body of the engineer that they need environment suits for, to go recover him from the vents.
Okay, well, they all have environment suits. The knights do. You want them to bring an environment suit for him? Is that what you're saying?
No.
Okay. Just want them to go
They
get
go in there, take him out unconscious, restrain him, disable whatever implants they can.
Sure. You want them to
him
go
out.
arrest him. Got it.
Yeah.
And you need a suit for Sloane as well, right?
Yeah, someone go recover or a team can go and recover a suit for her.
Okay, got it. Cool. What about the gaunts now that are coming from the residential sector? Do you want anybody to stay behind and deal with them, or do you want?
I mean, they're all locked behind doors. These presumably relatively thick doors. But I would like I would like a team to take her, bring her to me. I would like them all to fall back to like the nearest major junction that still has like line of sight on that door. So when they break through, they can fire through into the.
Okay. Okay. So 3 guys go down to recover the unconscious Ilyich.
Mm-hmm.
3 more bring Sloan to you, right? Well,
Yeah.
the sergeant and 2 men bring Sloan up to the bridge, and the other 6 remain behind just in case these gaunts break through to deal with that. So they're essentially guarding the airlock because they're not too far from the airlock there.
Okay, they can guard that then.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so while the other team of 3 is recovering the Ilyich, we'll fast forward to the bridge when they bring Sloan in. Sloan, you're conscious, you're hurt, but you're alive and you can breathe again. It's not easy when it hurts. I'm going to say that any skill checks or attack rolls, etc., would be made at disadvantage just because of the fact that you vacuumed your lungs out there for about 12 seconds. So
I mean, yeah, that just makes sense. But I think seeing Dorn, she would just kind of like run up to him and like throw her arms around him and just kind of just not really have words for what happened.
I think for the first time, Dawn would like undo the helmet on his suit as she like runs to him, and he like drops it beside him as like she runs and embraces him, and he does back, and you can see like his eyes are red and there's like tears down his face. It's like he just like holds her close, buries like face into her hair. You're okay. I'm gonna get us all out of here. And he kind of like looks into her eyes. You're okay, right?
I will be. I don't know what happened. One minute I was in engineering and then all that.
The doctor. We shouldn't have trusted him. Well, any more than we did. And he's kind of like looking past her now, like to the men. When the prisoner arrives and we all rendezvous here, we will then move out.
but sir, what about the mission?
You saw what I saw. That doctor brought the dead to life. There are a lot of dead still on this ship. We need a larger force.
Understood, sir. You're in command. He waits, and after it'll take about 10 minutes before they'll get back there with Ilyich. So Ilyich, basically, you'll regain consciousness as they're kind of dragging you down this hall. Essentially, your arms are manacled behind your back, and they've just got their arms kind of linked up underneath your arms, kind of dragging your feet are dragging on the ground as they're pulling you down this hall. Do you say anything?
Like, I've got a killer headache or whatever, and I'll just like kind of groan and look around. It's just the guards, is it?
Yeah, there's 3 of them.
I did ask for him to be heavily restrained and gagged.
Oh, he is. He's restrained.
Good.
Oh, did you say gagged?
I thought I said it, but...
Ah, well, they forgot. They didn't gag him.
Right, okay.
No, I don't think he says anything. I think he just kind of groans and like looks around. Yeah, maybe smiles.
Okay. So yeah, you see they're bringing you. Go past the other team of 6 that are still kind of guarding near the airlock and near the secured door to the residential sector. You can hear pounding on the other side of the door, but it's not very loud.
Right. Sergeant, there are over 100 potential undead on this ship. Not that I don't value your men, but I do not feel this is an adequate number to deal with how the situation has escalated. We have the first objective complete, and he kind of either looks towards the prisoner or the direction he's coming in.
Yeah, the door opens and they're kind of dragging Alexi in. Alexi, you'll see Sloane. She's covered in blood. And...
Sloane, are you okay?
The doctor, he he did exactly what I said scientists do, Lexi.
Dawn picks his helmet back up and like puts it back into place and goes, "Gag him."
Okay.
He tried to kill me. He tried to kill me, Sloane. He tried to fucking stick me in the hole and drain the oxygen. You're not going to threaten to kill me.
As they force a gag into your mouth.
And then I lead everyone out round the ship towards the airlock.
Taking the prisoner along too?
Yep.
Okay.
I'll struggle, although I won't be able to do anything.
Yeah. So everybody has an Evo suit except for the prisoner.
Okay, well, I'll send a team to go.
Oh, did you say for them to get one for him?
Yeah, he did say that one. I
I'm
remember.
sorry, I didn't hear that because I asked if you said to get one. Okay,
I got one for
they have
Sloane, but anyway, I'll get them to get another one and force it onto him or something.
Sure.
I said I would.
They're gonna
they're gonna
have to undo his hands, his bonds to get him into it. But
Thanks, Sloan. We'll
But
kind of
you
like.
know, there's 12 knights there with auto rifles.
I'll
Probably
try once again to try and talk some sense into Alexi. Is this, like, all they want is the data. Just fucking make this right.
He tried
Alexi?
to murder me. He tried to fucking kill me.
I give the
You
knights
don't know
command
what
to
was at
clobber him
stake.
unconscious with the butt of their rifle.
God damn it! You don't know what's it's. You don't
Okay.
understand.
They do. They carry out your orders. So
Right.
they beat you into unconsciousness, Alexi,
And put him in the suit.
and then forcibly
He
put
just
you into
looks-
a suit.
As he's getting beaten, he looks pleadingly towards Sloane.
Oh, nice. Give them those sad eyes as they're bashing your head with the rifles until you go unconscious. Yep. They force him into a suit.
I hope it stays that way. Move out.
Gonna pile everybody into your shuttle.
Basically, yeah, I will give the command give my authority or whatever and get into the engineer shuttle.
So you've got 12 knights, 2 of you and the prisoner. And I think I said there was seating for 14, right? 2 in the pilot, co-pilot, and then 12 passengers. So they just got to throw him on the floor.
Okay. I also think aren't some of the knights dead? Didn't they get crushed by a mech suit?
Oh, you're right. One of the knights did die. One of the knights died. You're right. I forgot about that. Sorry.
But he
miscounting my knights.
He could be tied to the floor or something.
Oh, they'll tie him into one of the chairs since there's a spare chair.
And then
So his arms are again manacled behind his back, and he's tied into this chair.
I will, now that everyone's safe, can I hook in from here through to the comms of the ship? Because I could use that to communicate out to the HQ. Or could I use the last comm point before leaving?
Yeah, you could do that
Okay.
at the airlock, basically.
At the airlock, yeah. Form some sort of fortifications of lines of men with guns. And then I call into HQ, the high command ideally.
Darkester HQ.
Can I speak to the commander?
Captain Graydon?
Yes.
I'll patch you through immediately. They've been waiting your call. And 2 seconds later, you hear the voice of Commander Hazri. Yes, Graydon. Do you have the data requested?
We have apprehended the engineer with the data. He has set some sort of fail safe, so if I kill him, we lose it. And this is like on a private thing.
Mhm.
But I'm sure the Sept can extract that information either through brighter technological minds or worse.
We'll send a recovery team over to pick up the prisoner. How goes the recovery mission?
Your doctor went crazy. He seemed to resurrect the dead when given the opportunity. There are now a little over a dozen living dead upon this ship, with a little over 100 available corpses. He seemed grief-stricken, something in his history, and he attempted to murder the Mansa, but she is now secure.
I see. What's your status?
My status, as always, is nominal. We have lost one of the security team of the Knights sent. I believe I require more men to complete the security of this ship. Would you like me to return with the data, or would you like me to await reinforcements?
He's quiet for a minute. This is very well. You may return to HQ. We will debrief and reassign you. We'll send another team to finish the mission.
Very well. I would offer to clear this incident up, if you would have me.
We'll discuss it in your debriefing. HQ out. Cuts the line.
And then he sends everybody onto the ship and heads back.
Okay, so you all get aboard Shepard. You go back. Now you get Alexei tied into the chair. He probably regains consciousness around the time as you're tying him into the chair. Is he still gagged? Yeah, he is still gagged, right? He's gagged and he forced the helmet over his head. Okay.
If I'm not too busy piloting,
Shepard can autopilot if you want.
okay. I will lean in close to him and go, I told you I'd get you out alive.
I will try to headbutt him.
Restrained to the chair, but you could try.
Yeah, roll with disadvantage, just to see if you catch him off guard enough to actually catch him before he goes back.
So, I rolled 2 18s.
Oh, wow. Okay.
It's 1 damage or something, but yeah, it's more of the gesture.
No,
Yeah.
well, you're wearing the Evo helmet. We'll call it 2 damage.
I do not know what they are going to do to you. But if you thought I was a monster, you're going to meet one of your own. And he kind of like rubs, I don't know, there's a spot on his head or something that is now bruised. You can struggle all you like. I don't have a problem with knocking you unconscious again.
Okay. You fly back to the moon of Orchestra, back to HQ, and dock. And Sloan and Dorn, you are to report to a specific debriefing room together to make a joint debriefing. Sergeant and his men are sent off, for their own debriefing. And Alexei, you are taken into a private room. So we'll go with Alexi first. So they bring you into this room. They throw you down in a chair, and they restrain you into that chair with more secure, rather than tying you in. They've got like actual like straps, like the kind of stuff you'd see in like an insane asylum or something. They strap you into this chair. They remove your evil helmet and they pull out your gag. And a man in a suit sits down across from you at the table. Mr. Ilyich,
Hello.
what happened down there? The
There are
captain
many-
says you disobeyed orders.
There are many things that happened on that ship that I cannot explain. There was something there, some sort of presence, maybe something related to Astra. I don't know. I refused his orders. It was clear to me that he had intended to harm me or kill me. So I took the data and I kept it for myself as a means of insurance so that I would get home alive.
Why did you feel that was necessary?
I didn't trust him.
Why?
Many reasons. He's a soldier. He does whatever he's told. Doesn't question orders. Kills without flinching.
He was following our orders.
I understand that. If the order came in to kill me, then I would have been dead.
So you're saying you don't trust us?
I'm saying that there have been other missions that have happened where people in my position have not made it back. They have outlived their usefulness, for example, and they didn't make it back. I didn't want to be a person who didn't make it back.
This is not the first incident on your service record.
That's true.
You have 8 other disciplinary records in your short time working with us.
Most of those have been overlooked, I think, in lieu of the fact that I am an exceptional engineer.
What happened to the doctor?
I don't know. I wasn't there. I fled at one stage in the engineering room down into a vault underneath in the crawl space where your soldier tortured me with oxygen deprivation. In the meantime, the doctor had some sort of episode. I don't know much beyond that. I wasn't told.
Do you see a future with House Alzarine?
I don't see why not.
What capacity do you see yourself working for us after this most recent incident?
Well, I would suggest maybe I don't go on many more expeditions. Maybe in a lab, creating.
Very well. Take him
What
to
I
a
would
holding
like-
cell. After I
what I would
finish
like-
debriefing the rest of the crew, then I'll inform you of what your fate is to be, Mr. Ilyich.
Okay.
What would you like?
I would like to be free and to go live on some rock in the middle of nowhere on my own. That would be my preferable fate. It has become clear to me that I do have issues that make me not ideal for these kind of expeditions. I've been through a lot. I've seen a lot of things that people shouldn't see, and they have perhaps warped my mind. I think that I could serve ably in a lab, creating, but I think perhaps a retirement would be best for everyone. Since I have this data, which is seemingly quite valuable, we could trade.
That's what you want in exchange for the data? Retirement.
a stipend and yeah, some freedom for myself and for Sloan.
Well, the Sept has other plans for Miss Murphy. I'm afraid she's an asset that we can't afford to lose at this time. But we may be able to negotiate some kind of a settlement for yourself if you give us the data.
Sloan is a pretty integral part of that deal.
I see.
She's
Take a
been,
holding cell.
she's been through a lot, honestly, and she's been tortured a lot, and she needs to be free of this life that you have created for her. It's not right.
Guards come in and they undo the strap that's strapped you to the chair. They'll take you by the arms and lift you up. Do you walk with them or do you have to be dragged?
Yeah, I'll walk, but I'll be kind of pleading with the guy that leaves the room, kind of like, you know.
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah, you keep on pleading. He doesn't say anything further as they take you away down to a holding cell.
When I'm
Sloan.
in the cell,
Oh, sorry. Yeah, go ahead.
am I just like walking around in the cell?
Yeah, you're left in the cell. They undo the bounds on your arms remotely after you're sealed in.
Okay.
It's an energized door, essentially.
I want to do some sneaky programming on my thing.
Oh, your data pad?
Yeah, my arc tool.
Okay.
Wouldn't they have stripped you that as a prisoner?
It would explode if they took it off me.
Yeah, it's integrated into his thing.
It's like my arm, you know.
Mm-hmm.
They can remove an arm. That's fine.
I've rigged the blow.
No, they haven't tried to take it from him forcibly yet. What kind of sneaky program are you going to do on it?
Basically, that if I say the words "fine, so be it," that it will erase the data.
Okay. No problem. You don't even have to roll for that. Now, in another debriefing room, rather simultaneously, Dorn and Sloan, you're not obviously manacled or held in any way against your will. You're just sitting in chairs, I assume, or standing if you prefer. You haven't had time to clean up, so yeah, you still got your own blood all over your Sloan. But a man in a suit comes in, and he sits down at the table. Are you sitting or standing?
I think Sloan would be sitting because that was some gnarly shit she went
Still
through.
pretty weak, yeah. Fair enough.
Yeah.
What about you, Dorian?
Whatever is protocol.
Sitting then.
Okay.
Maybe even holding her hand.
I think he might have been, but like when the door was opening, probably not.
Okay. You notice that as soon as the door opens, he pulls his hand away from you, Sloan. The man in the suit sits down across from you. He's dark-skinned, like a really, really dark kind of tan. No hair on his head, very thin eyebrows, and no facial hair. His age is hard to determine. You think he's somewhere probably between 40 and 60, but it's really hard to tell if he's old and just in good shape, or or maybe he's younger. I'm not entirely sure. He looks at you, Dorn. He says, "So, Captain, what happened over there?"
Now, if I hadn't taken any footage of like people going crazy and disobeying orders and running through Elzarine notes in servo armor and experimenting on people, if I hadn't taken any of that, I will literally just reel off everything verbatim, beginning to end, and basically saying I realize the mission is unfinished. I'm still available to finish it given the adequate resources, but the resources I was given to complete this mission and all of its failures lie upon those flawed individuals. I was never compromised, and I am still fit for duty.
Roll an intelligence save for me.
Okay. $16.
Yeah, you did get recordings, and you did remember to bring them with you. You
Okay.
managed to keep yourself collected well enough to do that.
Right. So if this is the guy that I am to regale this information to, classified data or otherwise, then yeah, I will tell him with video evidence of
Mhm.
the engineer compromising the overall mission, of various clips of his insubordination, and the doctor attack upon Amansa and the knights and experimentation otherwise, as well as his, I don't know, any insubordination that I have.
Do you give
of
him
him
all
as
the tapes? Yeah, pretty much everything that happened there.
Basically, yes. He's following it to the letter as possible and trying to be as transparent.
And what would
Yeah.
your recommendation be for Miss Murphy here? She was obviously compromised by the stress of the situation.
I'd recommend that she be given time to recover and then again be put into duty. She is still compos mentis now. She is still capable of many things that you and I can't do, and would be useful to the Sept.
Miss Murphy, do you have anything to add to this?
I think she kind of had like her head down a bit, probably like, you know, bloody hair kind of curtaining everything. And so she'd like raise her head and kind of like look up at the individual and just kind of, there were issues with some of the assignments, I believe, that added to the stress of an already stressful situation. There's something wrong with that ship, and I think had there been some slightly different vetting on like the engineers and the doctors side, we could have avoided some of the unpleasantness.
So it's your estimation that Mr. Ilyich and Dr. Vrent compromised the mission.
Dr. Vrent displayed several incidences of disobeying direct orders from Captain Graydon. Several times when he was ordered to go somewhere and do something, he went off on his own. It is clear he had his own objectives the entire time. As for Mr. Ilyich, I don't think he would have compromised the mission had the stress of the entry may have perhaps compromised him a bit.
Dr. Vrent, his contributions to the Sept were invaluable, almost uncountable. He served us for decades. We
May
are
I
very
ask-
saddened by his loss.
May I ask why he was assigned to this mission?
He was one of the most brilliant minds in House Al-Zareen when it came to Spectre technology. We were hoping he would be able to help in the restoration of Harbinger and bringing it here for closer study and also securing it away from the other houses.
It seemed he used the slack of that leash to further his own goals.
So,
Unfortunately, perhaps he was not fit for field work. The man raised the dead.
indeed, again, that could have been some very valuable talent for us to use in future as well. If only we could have questioned him further about it, or perhaps even learn to understand how he did this.
At the cost
Unfortunately,
of,
that opportunity is lost to us now.
At the very least, he had no regard for other Alzarine assets, she'll say coldly. Because she knows exactly how they view her.
It was the sergeant's men who killed him? Is that correct?
Yes.
yes,
And they did so under your orders, Captain?
they did when he endangered the lives of everyone on this mission, and had the potential to raise a small army of combatants.
I understand.
You may not have received any of the data or intel thus far, and who knows what he would have done with the ship under his control, and
He stands
perhaps
up.
the Harbinger.
And he walks around over to you, Captain. He reaches out a hand to shake your hand.
Right. Well, if that hand isn't like secretly holding a gun to shoot me in the gut, then
It's just a
Sorry.
hand.
I will stand and meet his hand with my
He
own.
clasps your right hand and he puts his left hand on your right shoulder. He says, Captain, you've had a tough time of it, but you can report to personnel. They'll get you a nice shower, hot meal. You can take a couple of days off before you return to Harbinger to continue the recovery mission.
Affirmative.
Dismissed.
And he gives the appropriate salute. And then maybe there is just like a moment where he stands very still and then turns away towards the door.
He goes back over and he sits down again. After the captain leaves, the door closes behind him. He looks over to you, Sloan. And what about yourself, your own self-assessment, Miss Murphy? Obviously, you're a very valuable asset. We don't want to send you back out when you're not prepared. Do you think you will be able to continue to work for the Sept after an appropriate rest time is given?
She'll kind of smile a little coldly at him and is like, well, don't think I have much choice in that regard. Do I really?
There are always choices. We still need to recover the data that Mr. Ilyich is holding. He's made a request. He wants to retire. He wants a comfortable setup to facilitate that. And he wants you to go with him. He just stares at you.
Well, I think you and I both know the Sept Alzarine probably won't let that happen.
On the contrary, if you're willing to go with him, we'll allow that to happen on the condition that you ensure he gives us the data.
And what of Tia?
What about Tia?
You promised help. It hasn't happened.
We'll see what we can do. We'll continue to work towards her recovery. We believe that the Riadi have her. If we recover her, then we'll send her to you.
And this is out of character, but do the Sept know of Doran and Sloane's relationship?
You think they probably do.
And what if
But they
Doran?
probably don't really care.
Yeah. As far as they're concerned, she's probably another bargaining chip that they can use against him.
Captain Graydon is still at active duty. He'll be returning to Harbinger in a couple of days.
And what of his children?
He says, well, that's between the Sept and Captain Graydon, I believe. But they're safe. You want to see them, don't you?
I do.
Get us the data from Ilyich, and I'll take you to them.
All right, I'll help. But
Very good.
I don't want to leave Dorn.
Well, we can reunite him, but reunite you with him once you've recovered and are ready to return to active duty.
All right.
Very well. I'll make arrangements, and someone will be in with you shortly to direct you to your quarters. Would you like me to send you some refreshments while you wait?
Something to clean my face would be nice as well.
Yes, of course. And he goes to the door, and the door opens, and one of the guards sitting outside, he says, "Take Miss Murphy down to the grab showers, so she can clean up while we set up some quarters for her." And then he walks out, and the guard walks in and gestures for you to follow him.
Alrighty. Hello.
So Ilyich, you're in your holding cell.
Yep.
Guard comes over, presses a button. You see the Astra charge discharge off the door, powers down, and the door slides open. It's Mr. Ilyich. I'm to escort you to your quarters.
My quarters.
Yes. The Sept have arranged living quarters for you until you can be transferred to your next assignment, whatever that may be. I wasn't given that information.
Okay.
So you go with him, follow him?
Yep.
Yeah, I'll take you down. Takes you to a real nice room in a real nice ward, kind of reserved for VIP types. And it's like a nice luxury family room, essentially. There's showers and everything there. So make yourself comfortable, Mr. Ilyich.
Thanks. He desperately needs a shower. He definitely stinks, but he's not thinking about anything like that. He's just living on adrenaline.
Mm-hmm. So you go and you get your shower. While after you finish your cleanup and come out, Murphy, the man is there again, the bald man in the suit. He says, "Miss Murphy, if you'll come with me, I'll escort you to your quarters." Mr. Ilyich is already there. We are going to grant him his requests, and we will grant you yours on the condition that you get us the information. If you do not get us the information, then the deal is off.
And what will happen to me? What will happen
You'll
to
still get your
Alexei?
rest time. You'll still get your rest time until reassignment. You will not get to see the girls. And you may or may not be reunited with Dorn when you're reassigned. If you do not get us the data, Mr. Ilyich is expendable.
Understood.
In the eyes of the Sept, Mr. Ilyich's actions directly led to the devolution of the mission. Because of the pressures and the stresses and distractions that this pressed upon Captain Graydon, he was unable to deal with the threat that was posed by Dr. Brent. So we will hold Alexei Ilyich ultimately responsible for the failure of the mission. The Sept does not reward failure. I don't mean to put you under any more pressure, Miss Murphy, but this is the last chance to salvage the operation.
Understood.
Here you go. Your room is there on the left, 1347. And you see there's a couple of guards standing outside the door. Knights, Elzering Knights.
Right, and she'll head in.
Okay. So, Alexei, what are you doing after your shower?
I think he would get dressed and just sit on the edge of the bed, and he's just thinking really actively. If you were in the room with him, you could hear him thinking. He's trying to figure out a way that this goes the way he wants it to.
The door opens up.
Yeah, he'd be looking straight ahead, unblinking.
The door opens up, and Sloan walks in.
Hi.
You made a mess of it again, huh?
I do my best.
Things can't ever seem to go our way, huh?
No. They offered me a deal, but I couldn't leave you here to continue the shit they put you through.
They're trying to help someone.
If you really think that you're deluded, I mean, honestly, they're not trying to help anyone. They care only about themselves and what they can gain in wealth and power and fucking sorcery.
I did try to warn you all those years ago.
And I'm warning you now. You have a get out.
I know. But they won't agree to it until you give them what they want. And you know that, right?
I do. I have terms that I can state to them. I give them half now, we get in the ship, and I give them the other half when we get somewhere secure.
Do you think they'll go for that?
I mean, it's that or lose 7 years of data, right? They want it.
Right.
I mean, they're even the fact that they're considering this deal shows how badly they want it. And look, I'm not expecting you to fall in love with me. That's not what this is about. I just want you to not be here with these people.
But if I stay here, they'll find our daughter.
What?
She'll kind of like look away. That's
You
why
and
I left.
you
No,
and Doran's daughter.
no. That's why I left, Alexi. Signing up with Accept, and I told you what they did to me, and you were going to do it with Malcolm anyway.
Whose daughter?
Yours, you oaf.
What?
I told you I didn't want you doing all this, and she'll gesture to his arm.
But
You didn't listen.
I didn't know that.
Well,
Do you not fucking think that might have made a difference? That you might have like influenced how I was thinking?
Come now. Lexi, you know once you had your mind set to something.
Fuck! It's a fucking baby. What?
And then another sept took her. And the Alzarine promised that if I worked for them, they'd get her back.
You don't think this information might have been important to me or useful to me at some stage through the whole fucking shit that we've been through over the last few days? It might have changed the way I acted, might have changed everything. You had no fucking right to keep that from me.
You're right. But we were young, Lexi, and I was very scared. And then by the time I wasn't scared anymore, there was nothing to share because she was gone.
Okay. He's just like rubbing his face. I can change the deal.
You can what? I'm sorry, I didn't hear you.
I can change the deal. I know what I have to do. Have a nice life. And he'll like knock on the door so the guard come in.
What
Door
are you gonna
opens.
do?
Guard standing there.
Lexi, what are you gonna do?
Be quiet. I need to speak to that man, that creepy man.
Mr. Ilyich, can I assist you?
The deal is this. There's a girl. She's been held by another sept. If you get her back, you can have the data. Do what you want with me.
Let me call this in. Wait here. He steps back out and the door closes behind him.
What are you doing?
That child is blameless for all of this, and if I have the chance to bring it, I don't even know anything about.
Tia.
If I have a chance to bring Tia back, then I have to take it.
What about yourself?
They're not going to agree to all these terms.
The door opens back up. The guards say, Mr. Ilyich, Miss Murphy, follow us.
I do.
And do you, son?
Yeah. Walking next to Alexi.
They lead you down through this nice posh residential sector of the HQ, and they take you down to the VIP hangar area, essentially, to a small shuttle. The guard says, in there you'll find the coordinates program to rendezvous with your new vessel. You will receive your instructions once you have boarded it.
Okay.
So you get into the shuttle. The shuttle takes off. Dan,
Mm-hmm.
you are given a couple of days of rest and relaxation in a nice VIP suite.
So not my usual.
No,
Oh.
something quite nice this time. They seem to be treating you quite well.
Was I ever given the opportunity or not, or the confirmation that I wouldn't be able to see Amelia? During that time?
Amelia's your youngest, right?
Yeah, the one who was meant to be in the creche, but obviously last time I saw her was in that darkened room.
They bring her to you on the
Right.
next day. The door opens up. She comes running in and she just throws herself around you. Daddy, you're home.
I think that day that he spent by himself then, or that evening, he would have been thinking particularly of Serena, his wife, and whatever records, whatever like images he has of her, he would be poring over those. And then like his mind would go back to the dark thoughts of her swinging from some sort of steel bar or something dropped from the ceiling. And he probably would consider it once or twice himself. But then with the news or whatever that he could be reunited with his daughter, that would steel him to wait for her. And when she comes to him, he's probably looks kind of frail, dark eyes, hasn't slept. And he sort of drops to his knees as she like runs through the door to him, and he just holds her.
Are you okay, Daddy? You look really sad.
I'm okay, Amy.
Daddy, where's Lo? Are we going home now?
I don't know where she is. We might be going home soon. Well, we might see her again.
And she just gives you another big hug. I love you, Daddy.
I love you too, Amelia.
You won't make me go back to that dark place again, will you?
I think he barely represses like a shudder, and his hands like grip around her tiny frame all the tighter.
It's so cold there. They only feed you NutriPaste.
We'll go get ice cream or something.
She looks over and sees the bowl of fruit on a counter on like a little table there in the room, and she runs over to it and grabs and starts hungrily digging into some kind of Darkestrian fruits.
He probably doesn't move from like resting on his haunches down on the floor, and he looks up. I don't know, at the guy who delivered her, if there's someone standing in the doorway still.
No, they went back outside. It was just guards.
Okay. He gets up and closes the door and like sits down beside her and like rubs her top of her head. You wouldn't have to go back there. He says, like, just to the empty space.
Yeah, they'll leave her there with you for the next day. So she spends the night and then the next day with you as well, and the next night. And she just does kid stuff, you know, kids bounce back pretty quick. She's just trying to be normal again, and she wants to play, and she wants you to tell her stories, and she wants to watch the vids with you. Stupid kid vids that probably drive you crazy, but you're probably,
Yeah.
I doubt you complain.
No, not for one moment.
And then on the third day, in the morning, she's still asleep. You hear the buzz at the door, essentially the little kind of beep 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 of somebody at the door.
He's probably looking a little better now, more composed.
Mhm.
Maybe she's watching, or maybe she's not up. I
Well,
imagine
she's still sleeping. She's got her arm draped over you.
Okay, yeah, in like a massive bed too big for her, but he wouldn't let her go anywhere else too far. He kind of like slides out and tucks some hair behind her ear, gives her a kiss on the cheek, and then goes to the door.
And it's the man who debriefed you before. He says, Captain Graydon, are you ready to depart?
I can be ready in 5. Is the
Very
crash
good.
ready to receive Amelia?
We're making alternate arrangements for her. Don't worry. We'll take good care of her.
Do I even need to roll an insight check for how slimy that was?
Yeah, sure. Go ahead and roll it.
Okay. Oh, that was a 19. So close. 21.
Yeah. They'll take care of her. Alternate arrangements, it means nothing to you.
Okay. He probably has like his kit bag or whatever ready, like with the military being beaten into him. So he spends basically that 5 minutes getting Amelia's stuff ready instead, and it gets it up. Then he has to go back to work now.
Can I go with you, Daddy? Please, please let me go with you.
You know, Daddy would love that, but you can't. I'm afraid you got to go to your lessons.
Well, can I stay with Lo then?
I imagine he's not heard anything about that situation at all.
Nothing at all.
during the
No
time.
contact, nothing.
And like previously, she might have looked after him on missions where he went out and she had downtime.
Sure.
Afraid she's not back yet from her trip. You're gonna have to go. What were you learning about colors and things?
Animals, Daddy, animals.
Animals. Okay. You should go learn those animals real hard and then come back and tell me about them.
Are you going to be gone long, Daddy?
Not too long. Promise. And he like
Promise. Will
he's
you
like
call
down
me?
on one knee, like looking her in the eye, kind of thing. Near enough.
Call me every day, Daddy, okay?
Is that something that I normally can do? Get in contact with her, just briefly.
It depends on the sept.
Okay. If that's something he can promise, he will. If they've allowed him to do that in the past, then yeah, I will.
They have at times in the past, yep.
Okay. I will.
Okay, Daddy, be careful.
Always. I'll come back to you.
You see kind of tears running down her face.
He kind of like pulls it in, kisses her in the forehead. I always come back to you. He kind of gets up and takes a deep breath and like ushers her of them both towards the door.
And the guards take her down one way, and the high command officer walks alongside you. Says, "We'll be assigning you to Captain Dawson's team. You'll be his second in command. Recovery team Delta. We'll have a larger ship and a larger crew this time. Captain Dawson will need your assistance."
I will give all that I can give, and I believe we can reclaim all of this for the grandeur of the Sept. And it's him, like a broken man with no other choice, putting on the bravest face that he can as his kids go back to wherever they get held.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and they lead you down to a shuttle that will then take you to your ship.
I guess he would look through the faces of all of the extra soldiers or specialists that are on this mission, and he wouldn't see Sloane.
No.
And then he would report to Dawson. Again, all formally straight back, proper salutes, falling in with command like he's done many times before.
You notice that there's a lot more a lot more knights on this mission. And Captain Dawson, he's a well-decorated officer in the Parkestrian military. He says, "Our mission parameters are first to clean sweep the Discovery, eliminate any hostiles, and prepare the ship for a recovery team that will come to acquire it. Once we've cleaned it up, we'll be setting about the recovery mission for Harbinger. I understand you were over there once already.
I was.
Your experience will be invaluable, I'm certain, on this mission. Your record speaks for itself."
As does yours. And I will offer all of the intel that I have on that place.
Glad to have you aboard, Lieutenant Commander.
Glad to be aboard. And then he takes his seat, probably somewhere towards the front of the ship, and sits heavily down and buckles up, remembering the last time they did this and who he did it to. Like, checks through his gear like he's done 100 times before.
Okay, and you see the silhouette of Harbinger in the distance against the blue-green body of Bastion as you begin to make your way towards it. A couple of days prior, Sloane and Alexei, you get aboard that shuttle and it takes off. The manual controls are deactivated on it. It's on an autopilot course. It takes you to a large black ship that you've never seen before. You've never even seen that class before. No designations on it. It's almost like stealth mode. It's black, so it blends in against the silhouette of space. The shuttle pulls on up to an airlock and locks up, pressurizes the airlock chamber. There are no envirosuits. The airlock doors open.
He's been silent on the trip. He's just been, I guess, breathing heavily and angrily. But hasn't been exactly conversational, but he's waiting for instructions. And I guess the thing opening, he would stand.
Sloane would have similarly been quiet the entire trip.
What an awkward
And-
flight.
Yeah, super awkward. And would follow Alexei as the doors opened.
You step into the airlock chamber, the doors close behind you. You hear the sounds again, and then the door opens in front of you, leading into a rather ominous-looking hall of this ship. Red lights, black walls. Nobody there to greet you. You hear a disembodied voice of the Spectre say, in a young girl's voice, "Welcome aboard."
I guess Alexei has never heard Tia's voice. So he would say, "Hello, what are we supposed to do?"
Please proceed to the bridge.
Okay.
Turn left, follow the hall. You'll see the signs.
That's where I'll go.
Same.
You hear the door close behind you. And you start walking up the halls. And the voice comes on again and says, "Welcome aboard. This is the stealth warship, Shadow.
Greetings, Shadow.
You are Mancer Sloane Murphy and engineer Alexei Ilyich.
Correct.
My name is Tia. And then you hear the sound of air rushing out as the ship begins to vacuum. I'm very sorry, but Sept Alzarine has found your service lacking.
I'll reach out and grab Sloane's hand. And I'll say, "I tried."
It's okay. I know you did.
Fine, so be it.
And I won't make you guys roll con rolls because even if your lungs don't rupture, you're going to eventually suffocate as all the air is vacated off of this otherwise empty ship.
My thing would explode, right?
Oh yeah,
So it
I
would be
suppose it
quicker.
would, yeah.
And he also gave his command word for it.
Yeah, so it would explode, so they wouldn't get the data at least.
But you gave,
some
yeah, you
range.
gave the command word, so the data is deleted.
Yeah.
And it'll explode when you die, right? Isn't that how it was programmed? If you,
Yes.
no problem. Dr. Brent, you're again in a hall of white light, and you're walking along, and there are just endless rows of these green crystals, spectral crystals, each with its own designation. You're walking amongst them, admiring your handiwork. You've managed to create hundreds of these over the last several years working for Sept Alzarine. You walk up to one and stop. Your android son standing beside you. says, "We did it, Dad. We did it. They now have plenty of specters for the new Navy. The other houses won't be able to stand against the Alzarine, thanks to your work." And you stop and you look at the nameplate on the crystal in front of you. It says, Elora. And that's where we'll end the session.
Whew.
Thanks for playing, guys. Hope you
It was
enjoyed it.
unreal.
Oh man.
Thank you.
It got kind of got expedited by actions taken on board the ship, so we won't need the third session, of course. But yeah, I really enjoyed running it, so I hope you enjoyed playing.
So good.
I'm not sure enjoy is the right word. Experienced, survived, maybe.
Yeah.
Well, you survived.
Yeah, true. I'm
I'll
not
end
sure
the
that counts as a
broadcast.
win. So
You guys are welcome to hang out and chat afterwards. I'm just going to stop the broadcast now. So.